Chapter 3893. Not only Gao Yu, but the others were also guessing. Only Lei Zhen's lips curled into a cold smile. Humph, I already said that going in would be courting death. Now, he had a feeling of schadenfreude. From the looks of it, the other party was also defeated by the toad. To be honest, now that he had someone in the same situation, he felt less depressed. After all, if he was defeated by the toad, he would be laughed at by the world. But if many chief disciples were defeated by the toad, it meant that this toad was unparalleled. It was understandable that they had failed. Lei Zhen was looking forward to seeing the nine-headed Kailin and the golden crow seventh prince enter and be defeated by the toad. The first prince turned his head and looked at the thunder array. He gritted his teeth and wanted to cry. They were all in the same boat. Around him, in addition to the people of the New Moon clan, there were also people from the sacred city. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Thousand Demon City were also inquiring about the news. The first prince would never say a word, even if he were to die. It was too embarrassing. After he entered, he saw Lin Wudy. He couldn't believe it. Then he attacked, but Lin Wudy didn't attack at all. Instead, it was a toad that defeated him. How could he have the face to say it? It was a great shame to be defeated by a toad. Come back, there's no need to ask. So what if it's Lin Wudy? The nine-headed Kailin said in a deep voice. The Golden Crow Prince was incomparably powerful. 2 pieces of trash couldn't beat Lin Wudy. I'll kill him myself. Everyone was shocked. These 2 people were still so confident. They were too surprised. Among the chief disciples, these 2 people were also incomparably powerful. Was it really Lin Wudy inside? It seemed that a shocking battle was about to break out, but they couldn't see it at all. Everyone waited again for the Golden Palace to open. At this moment, inside the Golden Palace, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had a feeling of waiting for rabbits. It seemed that only one person could enter at a time, and the recent ones were all chief disciples. This was simply a fat sheep. As expected, Lei Zhen and the first prince entered one after another and were defeated. All the Dao flowers on the other party were snatched by him. This was already enough to condense a second heavenly Dao golden lotus. Sure enough, a second heavenly Dao golden lotus appeared beside Lin Xian. 2 golden lotuses danced around him. With a boom, a rumbling sound came from his body. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian was astonished. It was finally here. One had to know that with his divine body and dragon sword soul, it would be much more difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough compared to others. But during this period of time, he had condensed a golden lotus of the great Tao and eaten a 20,000-year fire lotus. Most recently, he had even eaten world-class dragon marrow. These top-notch treasures of heaven and earth finally erupted at this moment. This allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to make another breakthrough. From the middle 4th heavenly layer to the late 4th heavenly layer, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged with Little White guarding him. The toad was beside him, rolling its eyes. However, he didn't make a move in the end. It wasn't that Toad didn't want to, but he was scared stiff. At this moment, Lin Xian had a dragon shadow and a Qilin shadow running around him. There were even heavenly Dao golden lotuses around him. He was simply a god descending to the mortal world. Oh my, even the ancient emperors were only SOSO. Just how many trump cards did this kid have? What shocked Toad even more was that the other party had broken through, but he was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Before breaking through, he was only at the middle 4th heavenly layer. Such a cultivation base, yet he had such terrifying strength. It was simply unimaginable. It seemed it was another golden age outside. Toad curled his lips. Although he had been sealed here for a long time, his origin was extraordinary and he had seen a lot. The 2 people he had beaten away before were all astonishing. They all had astonishing physiques, and now a monster like Lin Xian had appeared. If this wasn't a golden age, what was it? Could it be that this time a great emperor was really going to appear? Toad's gaze looked towards the depths of the Golden Palace. No one knew what it was thinking. Great. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt the surging power. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and roar. Previously, he had consumed a lot of heaven and earth treasures, but the medicinal effects couldn't be completely absorbed. They were all dormant in his body. At this moment, when he broke through together, these medicinal effects erupted together. It was equivalent to letting his body undergo a sublimation and evolution. With his current strength, defeating Lei Zhen and the first prince was simply a piece of cake. This was the powerful strength brought to him after breaking through. Pilgrim list? Lin Xian recalled the 2 experts he had killed before. He knew that there was a group of even more terrifying people on the chief disciple list who had entered. These people were currently fighting in the depths of the Destiny Star. Those people were on the pilgrim list. I wonder how big the gap is between me and those people now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Those people's subordinates had strength comparable to the chief disciple, not to mention themselves. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, there was a roar in front of him. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Did someone else come in? Indeed, the Golden Palace had opened again. Someone walked in forcefully. This time it was 9-headed Qilin. He summoned the Void Beast, and the moment it opened, it directly used the power of space to teleport him in. After entering, 9-headed Qilin was extremely vigilant. Although he was extremely confident Lei Zhen and the first prince had both been defeated here, which made him realize that the first prince and the first prince had been defeated here. There was definitely a huge figure inside. He walked alone in the spacious hall with his hands behind his back, his footsteps echoing like thunder. Not long after, he stopped and saw a few figures in front of him. There were people. There were indeed people. 9-headed Qilin was shocked. It seemed that they weren't the first to arrive. He had already guessed this, so although he was shocked, he was still able to control himself. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes, piercing through the void and looking forward. It's you. You must be Lin Wudi. He had never seen this person before, but he had seen his portrait countless times. How could he not recognize him? Lin Wudi also crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the other party. This was a handsome young man, so devilishly handsome that it was beyond recognition. Oh, you know me. Since you can enter, your identity must be no weaker than Lei Zhen and the others. Tell me your identity. I don't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. I'm the chief disciple of the Demon City. Although you're powerful, you're no match for me. Kneel down obediently and give me your 2 golden lotuses of the great path, all your treasures and secrets. I'll leave your corpse intact, and you'll die in a dignified manner. 9-headed Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He found it unbelievable that the other party had 2 golden lotuses of the great path. It seemed that the other party was the one who had defeated Lei Zhen and the first prince. Otherwise, the other party couldn't have formed so many golden lotuses of the great path. Moreover, what made him gnash his teeth was that the other party had snatched away one of his destinies. Chapter 3894. Previously, he wanted to break the record by condensing 1,200 flowers of the Tao. However, when he was 1 meter away from the bronze door, Lin Xian finished ahead of him. 9-headed Qilin would never forget the feeling of having his fortune stolen. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Now that he had met Lin Xian, he felt that the heavens were helping him. Young man, you're very confident. Lin Xian smiled. It's good to be confident, but I'm curious. What are you relying on? Do you think you're stronger than Lei Zhen and the others? Lei Zhen is nothing. Of course, I'm stronger than him. Can his thunder Qilin body compare to my bloodline? 9-headed Qilin was very confident. His body shone brightly, and an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a very strange, demonic beast. It was the son of a Qilin and had 9 heads. The 9 heads seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Toad gasped when he saw it. Damn, what's that? He was stunned. Lin Xian said, You're too confident. Do you really think that Lei Zhen and the Crown Prince were defeated by me? They're not qualified for me to attack. They were defeated by my underlings. Toad, you're up. Lin Xian kicked Toad away. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. It wasn't Lin Wudy who attacked. Lin Wudy's underling. In the next moment, he saw Toad fly out and his face turned green. Was the other party humiliating him? How dare you look down on me? He roared, and the terrifying phantom let out a rumbling sound. The 9 heads exploded in an instant, and the power was earth-shattering. I'm not going to fight this battle. Toad retreated. Kid, don't try to trick me. The previous one was already very strong, and this one is even more terrifying. It's a combination of a Qilin and a 9-headed sky snake. How am I going to fight a guy with 9 heads? Toad rolled his eyes. Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. This guy's vitality is very strong. He can't be killed. Is that so? 9 heads? So what? I'll just kill him 9 times. Lin Xian stood out in a domineering manner. Just you? You want to kill me 9 times? I'm afraid you won't even be able to do it once. The 9-headed Qilin snorted coldly. This despicable fellow was too arrogant. He would definitely trample on him personally. Do you think your bloodline is so strong that you can laugh at everyone? What a joke. Isn't it just a Qilin and a snake? What was there to be arrogant about? Half Qilin and half snake. How could it compare to a real dragon and Qilin? Lin Xian snorted coldly as black Qilin tattoos appeared all over his body. It formed a black Qilin phantom that circled around him. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and countless sword chi dragon shadows rushed out and floated under his feet. Wow! Both of them were incredible existences. I have to stay as far away as possible. The Toad jumped into the distance to watch the battle. Whitey also landed at the side, hugging the spiritual wood peach. There was no need to worry. He patted the Toad. The Toad wanted to resist, but in the end it was knocked unconscious. Damn, little guy. You're not allowed to use this kind of divine ability on me. Up ahead, 9-headed Qilin had originally been very confident. However, at this moment, his expression had turned extremely grave. Black Qilin. There was also the dragon shadow. You actually have such a trump card. He was really too surprised. One had to know that he was extremely proud and thought that his bloodline was extremely strong because he had the Qilin bloodline. He also had the 9-headed sky, snake bloodline. These two were incomparably terrifying bloodlines. Qilins were monarch races, divine beasts. Although the 9-headed sky snake was not a dragon, it was also a peerless, ferocious beast head that did not belong to dragons. With 9 lives, he was even stronger than the average dragon race member. In his opinion, Lin Wudy could not compare to him, but now he was completely stunned. The other party actually also had the Qilin Phantom and True Dragon Phantom. Could it be that the other party also had these 2 bloodlines? Impossible. He had never heard of anyone who could have the 2 supreme bloodlines of a Qilin and a dragon at the same time. The other party must be using a smokescreen. Perhaps he had obtained some broken divine ability of the Qilin race and the dragons. Kid, you're bluffing. Perhaps you've obtained bits and pieces of the divine abilities of these 2 monarch races. However, how can you compare to my supreme bloodline? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. The 9-headed Qilin made his move. He slapped out a palm, and terrifying laws and bloodlines surrounded him, illuminating the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept out in all directions. Incredible! This person is really too strong. The Toad swallowed his saliva. He felt that this young man was very strong. Indeed, the 9-headed Qilin was confident. He did not even put the golden crow and Lei Zhen in his eyes. Naturally, he would not put Lin Xian in his eyes. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted as he punched out. A dragon shadow accompanied his fist, moving between heaven and earth. The power of the dragon fist was unparalleled. Boom! The 2 forces clashed between heaven and earth. The 9-headed sky snake and the revered dragon were tearing at each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the void collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this was the Golden Palace, which was enough to suppress everything. Otherwise, half of the world would probably be destroyed. After that attack, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The nine-headed Qilin was surprised that he was not injured. He was too shocked. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. The violent power in Lin Xian's fist and the terrifying aura of the Way of the Dragon shocked him. Soon his face darkened. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that his opponent was really strong. He seemed to have surpassed the first prince and Lei Zhen, and was a difficult opponent. However, so what? He was not afraid of his opponent. The black Qilin shadow on his body roared like a Qilin, as if it was about to come to life. In Lin Xian's palm, a black Qilin appeared, and it quickly slapped out with his palm. Are you trying to compete with me using Qilin's superpower? You're asking for it. The nine-headed Qilin sneered. How could Lin Xian compete with him? He was someone who truly possessed the Qilin bloodline. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and two Qilin shadows streaked across the sky. They were like a vast ocean, striking the heavens. This time he was really strong. He waved his fist, and the endless Qilin shadows filled the sky. He attacked Lin Xian crazily. Boom! 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 Another earth-shattering collision. The front was completely engulfed. The toad continued to retreat, shocked. This nine-headed Qilin was too strong. Even if that kid was defeated, he could still be proud. He's fine. Suddenly, the toad exclaimed. He realized that in the shattered void, two figures were as fast as lightning, constantly colliding with each other. This battle was earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, and then they each stood on one side. Only the great Tao continued to spread. The laws were still shattering. Dragon shadows circled under Lin Xian's feet. Qilin roared, and golden lotuses of the great Tao circled around him like a god. His aura was getting stronger. On the other side, the nine-headed Qilin stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood the combination of the nine-headed sky snake and Qilin. I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my attacks. I'm really surprised. I admit that I underestimated you before. Now, I'll reevaluate your strength. However, that's all. You're still no match for me. Chapter 3895. Nine-headed Qilin looked down from above. His eyes filled with confidence. Previously, he had already seen through the other party. Now, it was time for him to unleash his true killer move. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, the test was over. It was time for the real attack. He took a step forward and strode forward. Nine-headed Qilin snorted. What a joke! Was the other party just testing him? He did not believe that the other party was just putting on an act. Soon, he would make the other party despair. On his body, a terrifying light revolved, and a terrifying law spread. Thousand Beast Fist. Nine-headed Qilin attacked, and a terrifying light covered the sky. A terrifying demonic aura shook the nine heavens. This was a peerless fist technique. With one punch, it was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The power was much stronger than before. On the other side, Lin Xian roared as well. Every move he made had an aura of supremacy. He was going to fight with force. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now he was going to attack. He also threw out a punch, and the terrifying aura caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, the beasts all wailed. This punch was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was already strong. With this breakthrough, his combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed. The terrifying aura of the great Tao spread. When Toad saw it, he was shocked. These two people were really something. He did not know who would win. That kid probably did not use his full strength. He looked at Lin Xian. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Following that, the 10,000 beast phantasm was completely destroyed. A golden fist swept out in all directions. It charged towards Nine-Headed Qilin. Nine-Headed Qilin's expression changed. What was going on? His thousand-beast fist was broken by the other party. Was this really unbelievable? Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? This was the other party's true strength. This person was indeed strong. No wonder he could defeat Lei Zhen and the first prince. But so what? He was not comparable to the other two. Thousand-beast fist. Wang Hu. With a roar, 10,000 beasts gathered. Great Tao surged, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced murderously. The ferocious tiger was a killing move of the 10,000 beast fist. Go to hell. He believed that this attack would definitely be able to kill his opponent. Seriously injuring the other party was not a problem at all. The ferocious tiger turned into a peerless wild beast, pouncing towards Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. His entire body tensed up as he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xian's aura erupted. Endless black laws filled his hand, forming a long blade of death that he grasped. The saber slashed down. Between heaven and earth, black torrents and terrifying storms swept through. Boom! Boom! The peerless, great, desolate, ferocious beast howled in agony as it was split into two. The black saber light once again shot towards the 9 Qilins. How could this be? Nine-Headed Qilin was truly shocked this time. Even the killing move of his fist technique couldn't do anything to the other party. What was that black saber in the other party's hand? Was it a top-notch saint artifact? Why did it feel so cold? 10,000 beast fist, black tortoise. He struck out with his fist technique again. This time, the endless laws on his body formed a huge tortoise shell that blocked the shocking attack. This was a defensive fist technique, and black tortoise was a defensive technique. He was confident that the other party would definitely not be able to break through his defense. As expected, the black saber slashed down and made a clanging sound. Then, countless cracks appeared and shattered on the ground. Humph! The corners of Nine-Headed Qilin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was just as he had expected. However, his expression soon changed. The black saber light did not completely disappear. Instead, it circled around him and even entered his body. He felt that his vitality had instantly decreased, and his qi and blood were about to dry up. The huge illusory figure behind him also became dim. Damn it, what's going on? Nine-Headed Qilin's hair stood on end. At this moment, he finally screamed. This law could deprive him of his vitality. Damn it, he was too careless. If it was an ordinary law attack, he would be fine if he blocked it. However, this special law ignored his defense. Damn it. He was furious. The Qilin fire. The flames that belonged to the Qilin bloodline on his body jumped and began to burn the black aura. This bloodline flame was terrifying as it burned away all the death aura. However, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. Instead, it became gloomier. Previously, he knew that Lin Xian had a strong physique and possessed the 5 elemental laws. Lin Xian also had terrifying sword techniques. He was confident that he could block all of these. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a death law. This was completely out of his expectations. In his carelessness, he was injured. You're only SO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen and the others, but not by much. You're still not my match. Lin Xian said coldly. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was not afraid of anything. You're arrogant enough to compete with me, but you can't imagine my means. I'll make you despair next. Nine-Headed Qilin's expression was cold as he walked over again. Terrifying flames appeared on his body, leaping and dancing. This was the Qilin fire. It was extremely bright. At this moment, he was like a fire god. The aura on his body became incomparably violent, forming a hand seal. A fire Qilin flew out from Nine-Headed Qilin's palm. It had a monstrous aura that shook heaven and earth. In the distance, The toad who was watching the battle was also shocked. Damn, this is the flame of the Qilin bloodline. This guy's bloodline power is really shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was not afraid of any of nine-headed Qilin's flames. However, he did not use the Nine Suns' divine fire. Instead, he mobilized it again. The death law condensed and formed a black Qilin that ran between heaven and earth. The fire Qilin fought against the black Qilin. The two Qilins' superpowers clashed. They fought nonstop. It was as if two divine beasts were fighting. It was really terrifying. Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Some poisonous snake phantoms appeared in his embroidered robe and instantly disappeared into the void. This kind of small movement under such a violent light could not be discovered at all. The fire Qilin and the black Qilin fought until blood flowed like a river. It was shocking to see them disappear at the same time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. However, at this moment he was stunned, because he realized that a few snake phantoms had suddenly appeared beside him and coiled around him. On the other side, nine-headed Qilin laughed loudly. Kid, go to hell. This is the Sky Snake Phantom. You can't stop it. A total of 3 snakes coiled around each other and completely bound Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shook and a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. However, the 3 snakes did not break. They were abnormally soft and changed as Lin Xian's power shook. In the end, they blocked the shaking. Nine-headed Qilin laughed again. Useless, kid. You can't break it. With that, he waved his hand and the 3 snakes attacked. One went for Lin Xian's throat, while the other went for Lin Xian's heart. This was a sure kill. It was vicious and did not hesitate at all. Chapter 3896. Boom, boom, boom. Nine-headed Qilin sneered. Lin Fan was dead for sure. He would tear Lin Fan's body into pieces. Then he would let the sky snakes eat Lin Fan's body. However, he was soon stunned. There was a sound of metal clashing in front of him, followed by a thunderous explosion. How could this be? Nine-headed Qilin's eyes widened. The sky snakes could not break Lin Fan's body. Is this your trump card? Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can restrain me? Break it. He roared and his body shone brightly. As his divine body opened and closed, endless flames burned. The 2 heavenly snakes could not withstand this attack, and they kept rolling around. Although they were like water and could withstand any attack, there was a limit to it. In front of absolute power, the 2 sky snakes could not withstand it and were torn into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's face changed. Lin Fan's body and power were beyond his imagination. He was shocked that Lin Fan could tear the sky snakes to pieces. But so what? His face was cold. Kid, do you think you have one? Now is the time for you to die. Go to hell. At this moment, only one of the 3 sky snakes was left. Once again, it bit towards Lin Xian. It could not withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he revolved his body for 9 days. However, at this moment he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the heavenly snake wasn't attacking his body, but his soul. Boy, are you surprised? Not only can my heavenly snake devour your body, it can also devour your soul. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? Can you withstand it? Once again he laughed out loud with pride. Lin Xian's soul had indeed been attacked, and he had sustained some injuries. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Soul attack? You are the one who does not know your place. Lin Fan activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a golden light appeared. At the same time, terrifying flames swept across the sky, and Lin Xian covered the sky. He did it so that the other party wouldn't see what he was doing. After blocking the other party's line of sight, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes to attack the heavenly snake. Sky Snake was being controlled. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The other party had used a despicable method to sneak attack him. Now he was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The flames that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood there motionless, a heavenly snake coiled around his body, hissing. Success! The nine-headed unicorn smirked coldly. It seemed like the other party's soul had been devoured. Fighting with him? You're courting death. He strode forward, preparing to take Lin Xian's ring of holding and the secrets inside of him. When the toad saw this scene, it exclaimed, "Damn, is the battle over? Was that kid actually killed? Damn it, is the soul his weakness? No, I have to escape." The toad was about to escape, but Whitey slapped it twice. "Squeak, don't run." The nine-headed unicorn had already arrived beside Lin Xian. He reached out a hand and covered Lin Xian's body. "What, Lin Woody? You're just S.O. You're too inexperienced to fight with me. From now on, you'll have nothing to do with this world." The nine-headed unicorn was very happy to have dealt with a powerful enemy. However, in the next moment, he screamed and retreated, holding his head. "Damn it, how is this possible? How dare you hurt me?" He was shocked. The one who attacked him was none other than his heavenly snake. What was going on? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. At this moment, the motionless Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. How was it? Did it feel good to be ambushed? "You're not dead," the nine-headed unicorn screamed. His handsome face was filled with shock. He was too shocked. Wasn't Lin Xian's soul devoured? Lin Xian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He sneered. "Do you really think that a mere heavenly snake can kill me? What a joke. Damn it, how did it turn out like this?" The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. Not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he also controlled his heavenly snake and even injured him. This method was too shocking. He felt cold all over. This kind of feeling was really too bad. Previously, he thought that he had everything under control and could see through Lin Xian. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He couldn't see through him at all. He didn't even know if that was Lin Xian's final trump card. Boom! Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he saw a fist that was as big as a mountain coming towards him. Boom! He was sent flying. The huge force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He roared, and his eyes shone with incomparable light. Demonic chi swirled around him, and terrifying magical laws shot out in all directions to block the incoming fist. At the same time, he also attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying attack. The two of them exchanged blows again and fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The toad originally wanted to escape, but it stopped and looked shocked. Lin Xian didn't die? Lin Xian was so powerful. Xiao Bai also heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian lose? The two of them watched the battle again. The nine-headed unicorn roared crazily. Just a moment ago, he had received thousands of attacks. Those punches made his body numb. He fought back crazily and used the black tortoise fist. However, Lin Xian was not only strong, but also had the death laws. He could only use the Qilin fire to defend himself. He didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he activated the heavenly snake bloodline and attacked. Lin Xian was using the death laws. As a member of the heavenly snake bloodline, he must have the poison laws too. Therefore, he used some poison to invade Lin Xian's body. Let's see who will die first. However, what shocked him was that after his poison dissolved into Lin Xian's body, it was silent. Lin Xian was not affected at all. How was that possible? Even a level 5 sage would die when the poison entered his body. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. The nine-headed unicorn was completely stunned. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. It was enough to destroy everything. A mere poison was nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it entered his body, it was smashed to pieces by the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Lin Xian punched the black tortoiseshell. Immediately, cracks appeared on it. Then he used another 100,000 attacks to break through Lin Xian's defense. He kicked Lin Xian's chin. There was a loud bang. The nine-headed unicorn flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chin was completely smashed and his flesh was mangled. Chapter 3897. Damn it, how did this happen? Nine-headed Qilin was stunned and the pain was driving him crazy. Lin Xian succeeded in one attack and attacked aggressively. His terrifying power completely enveloped nine-headed Qilin. Then a miserable cry was heard. Nine-headed Qilin fell to the ground. His body was in tatters, and his blood dyed the ground red. He was seriously injured. Toad's eyes bulged when he saw this scene. No way, this kid is too strong. Based on his previous analysis, the two of them should be evenly matched in a fierce battle. But now, Lin Xian was getting braver and braver as he fought. Nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured. Nine-headed Qilin and nine-headed Sky Snake. How could he be in such a miserable state? You're only SOO. You're stronger than Lei Zhen, but you're still no match for me. Lin Xian's mental state was cold and his eyes were filled with a biting cold radiance. He walked forward. Ah! He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. His long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't accept that he had lost. Everyone knew that he was a lofty figure and believed himself to be one of the strongest among the chief disciples. But now he had lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a newly promoted chief disciple, and his cultivation was far inferior to his. This kind of defeat made him feel ashamed and humiliated. Lin Wudi, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Nine-headed Qilin stood up and roared crazily. His bloodlines circulated and his broken wounds healed quickly. Soon he was as good as new. Not only that, but the aura on his body had also become even more tyrannical. He was truly a super powerhouse. He was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. Lin Xian was expressionless and his eyes flickered. He knew that those injuries couldn't kill nine-headed Qilin. But so what? If he couldn't do it once, he would do it twice. He would definitely kill nine-headed Qilin. Why? Do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Dao flower to me. I'll consider cutting off 8 of your heads and sparing your life. Reckless thing. I will make you regret it. Nine-headed Qilin roared and took out a fiery red treasure bottle. This was a treasure that had flown out of the Roland's golden palace. He had used his strength to snatch it. This was his trump card. At this moment, he was finally going to use it. The fiery red precious bottle was sparkling and translucent, carrying resplendent multicolored light, as if it was forged from immortal gold. The laws on it circulated, shaking the world. If other level 5 sages saw this, they would probably tremble in fear. A high-grade saint artifact. A true high-grade saint artifact. It was much stronger than the one Lei Zhen had used before. Moreover, there were no restrictions on its usage. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Kid, go to hell. The vase tilted down. Countless laws intertwined and flew out from the bottle. Each law was a sword chi. The nomological laws that filled the sky poured down in torrents. Endless sword light surged between heaven and earth. What do you have to fight me? No one under the minor saint realm would be able to withstand such a terrifying strike. The other party was definitely going to die. Buzz. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He circulated the energy in his body and took out the great destruction spear. The law of death was also circulated to the extreme. Black laws were attached to heaven and earth, especially the great destruction spear. It was incomparably black. It was like the murderous weapon of the devil world, carrying a monstrous killing intent. The long spear vibrated, destroying everything. The great dragon sword spirit in his body also surged. With a loud boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sword chi was instantly shattered. At this moment, the killing intent was soaring. Countless laws were shattered. Endless black death chi sank between heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's expression changed. His opponent could even withstand such an attack. Damn it. Could it be that he also has a high-grade artifact in his hand? Kill! He roared furiously. Thousands of laws formed an even more terrifying law-light sword and slashed at Lin Xian. This time, the power was even stronger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rushed over and opened his great gate. Endless black laws turned into chains and swept toward the nine-headed Qilin. Once again, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. Boom, boom, boom. The situation did not change just because nine-headed Qilin took out a high-grade artifact. He was defeated again. In fact, he was defeated even more miserably. His body was destroyed by Lin Xian. Nine-headed Qilin was completely mad. After he took out his trump card, he was defeated even faster. How could this be? He could not believe it. I'm going to kill you. He took out his second treasure. In the battle between so many top disciples and elites, nine-headed Qilin was able to snatch 2 treasures. This was enough to show that he was powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. You've already lost. I'll finish you off today. The power of the great dragon sword spirit flowed out completely and poured into his body. It even coiled around the great destruction spear. With one strike, black demonic chi filled the heaven and earth. The power of this strike was much stronger than before. It caused the high-grade sacred artifact to tremble. Before the second treasure could appear, nine-headed Qilin was sent flying. He vomited blood again. His body that had just healed was shattered again. Lin Xian's strike succeeded, and he continued to attack. Endless laws of death condensed into a death demonic saber with the aura of the dragon's soul. It condensed inside, causing the death demonic saber to have a soul. Wherever the saber went, it would split the heaven and earth. Nine-headed Qilin's scalp went numb, and he kept dodging. The void shattered, and he was sent flying again. There were more laws of death on his body, making him feel cold all over. His life was draining away quickly. He could not believe it. How could this be? How could he end up like this? Before entering, he had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought of such a possibility. Run! Nine-headed Qilin quickly flew away, wanting to escape. Now he was no longer as arrogant as before. He wanted to escape. He turned into a stream of light and fled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave? The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the Roland's gold palace. Nine-headed Qilin had 2 powerful bloodlines, a strong physique and vigorous life force. Even so, he was beaten badly. It was extremely miserable. He desperately wanted the Roland's palace to open so that he could escape. He did not know if it was his good luck or his thoughts that moved the heavens. The Roland's palace opened again. It was a good chance. Nine-headed Qilin was so excited that he was about to cry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly rushed toward the exit. Outside the Roland's palace, the crowd waited patiently. This time, the Golden Crow Prince was extremely powerful. It was finally his turn. He had to go in. The others were also nervous. Nine-headed Qilin had stayed inside for such a long time. It seemed that he had succeeded. He might have killed the powerful existence inside. Chapter 3898. The people from Thousand Monster City were even more pleased with themselves. What powerful guardian beast. What Lin Wuti. Everything will turn to dust before our chief disciple. The first prince's face darkened and Lei Zhen vomited blood. Damn it, did the nine-headed Qilin succeed? They could not believe it. The people from Wushuang City were nervous. Even Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others frowned. The situation was not good. Murong Qingqing was worried that Lin Xian was in danger. She decided to rush in and take a look. I'll hold back the Golden Crow Prince. You go in later. Li Hongxiu walked over and said. Murong Qingqing nodded. All right, thanks a lot. The 2 girls were ready to attack. The others were also ready to attack. The Golden Crow 7th Prince sneered. Whoever dares to snatch my spot, I'll tear them to pieces. Everyone was terrified. Some of the experts retreated. not daring to provoke the Golden Crow Prince. Murong Ching and Li Hongxiu flew out. They were ready to give it their all. However, when the Roland's palace opened, the situation inside was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Murong Ching, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others were stunned. They saw a figure rush out of the Roland's golden palace after it opened. "Isn't that the nine-headed Qilin?" Everyone screamed. They realized that it was indeed the nine-headed Qilin. However, what shocked them was that the nine-headed Qilin was not in a good condition. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. No way, the nine-headed Qilin was injured. And he was seriously injured. Heavens, who was it that injured him? Could there really be a peerless guardian beast in the Roland's palace? These people had gone crazy. The first prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Lei Zhen also stood up. They had mixed feelings. For one, they were taking joy in other people's misfortune. Even someone as powerful as the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured just like them. At the same time, they were terrified. Was it Lin Wuti who did it? Was he that powerful? The others were in an uproar. Everyone in Demon City had gone crazy. Young master. They screamed crazily. How could this be? They simply couldn't accept the fact that the nine-headed Qilin was beaten up so miserably. Li Hongxiu and Murong Ching looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not attack again. Instead, they smiled. It seemed that the kid wasn't in any danger. Older brother Xian, it shouldn't be a problem. The two retreated and no one attacked again. The Golden Crow seventh prince was also stunned. To be honest, even he acknowledged the strength of the nine-headed Qilin. However, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the nine-headed Qilin. But now the nine Qilins were in an incomparably sorry state. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. What was inside the Roland's golden palace? Could it be that there was really a peerless demonic beast guarding it? For a moment, he did not dare to enter rashly. "Let's go! The young master is coming out." The people of the Demon City prepared to receive them. The others were even more curious. This time they had to find out what was inside. However, they were soon dumbfounded. That was because they saw a pitch-black palm that blotted out the sky and directly enveloped the nine-headed Qilin. Then it grabbed him and dragged him back. What's going on? Can't the nine-headed Qilin escape? Oh heavens, he was dragged back again. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the Demon City screamed, "No, young master! Damn it! Hurry up and save the young master!" The demon race powerhouses attacked crazily. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. However, they were all sent flying back. The Golden Palace emitted a mysterious aura, forming an endless golden law that swept through everything. They couldn't enter. The demon race powerhouses had all gone crazy. The others also gasped. What was going on? Why couldn't they enter? Could it be because the nine-headed Qilin didn't come out? The nine-headed Qilin was also screaming crazily. He was about to go crazy. The way out was right in front of him. He could have gone out easily, but he was dragged back by the other party. "Damn you, Lin Wuti, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, the Demon City will tear you into pieces." Bam! He roared crazily, but what answered him was a fist. His jaw was broken and his teeth flew everywhere. He couldn't even speak clearly. The people outside were all stunned. What was going on? Lin Wuti, it was Lin Wuti again. Could it be that the nine-headed forest was fighting Lin Wuti? No way! Could it be that Lin Wuti injured the nine-headed Qilin? They were all crazy. They couldn't accept it at all. They could understand if there were powerful guardian beasts in the Golden Palace. After all, how could such a mysterious palace not have powerful guardians? However, if it was Lin Wuti, they couldn't understand it at all. How did the other party get in? Moreover, the other party's strength was too strong. Just as everyone was puzzled, they finally saw a figure walking out of the black light that filled the sky. He sent the nine-headed Qilin flying with a punch. His power was incomparably shocking. It was Lin Wuti. Countless people cried out at this moment. It was Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing smiled. Li Hongxiu also said, "It's really that kid." In Wushuang City, the dark red divine dragon, the North Demon, and the others also screamed. "Damn, when did this kid enter?" The others went crazy. Lin Wudi was incomparably powerful. Was he beating up the nine-headed Qilin? They felt like they were dreaming. At the same time, they looked at the first prince and Lei Zhen. Could it be that the two of them were also defeated by Lin Wudi? This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying, wasn't he? Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martial artists of the Demon City roared crazily. "Damn, Lin Wudi, let go of our young master. If you dare to attack again, I will definitely tear you into pieces. I will teach you and the people of Wushuang City. I will kill all of you and make you unable to reincarnate forever." They were really mad. However, when Lin Xian heard such a threat, he attacked even more ruthlessly. He chased after the nine-headed Qilin crazily. The nine-headed Qilin was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. His bones flew everywhere. All kinds of miserable scenes played out in front of everyone. "Stop. We admit our mistakes, okay?" The experts of the Demon City saw that their threats were unsuccessful and started to beg for mercy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was strong. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he killed the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, the nine-headed Qilin's life force was too strong. He had hit it so many times. An ordinary level 5 sage would have been killed several times. He couldn't be any more dead. However, the nine-headed Qilin was seriously injured. It was very difficult to kill him, especially the vital parts, which the nine-headed Qilin had narrowly avoided. However, he still managed to grab the opportunity. The Great Destruction spear pierced through the nine-headed Qilin's heart and tore half of his body apart. Blood splattered everywhere, piercing through everything. The people outside were stunned. The nine-headed Qilin was actually split apart. It was too unbelievable. The people of the Demon City were so frightened that they roared crazily. Some of them even fainted. Chapter 3899. Nine heads, Qilin roared. His handsome face was now extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged. He was no longer a handsome man, but transformed into his true form. The nine heads of the Qilin danced in the air, looking extremely ferocious. Even though they were so far away, the experts in the distance were still shocked. Nine heads Qilin had transformed into his true form. Oh God, he was really angry. Transforming into your true form? Then you're courting death. Nine heads Qilin's true form was too big. Lin Xian used him as a target and smashed him again. Nine heads Qilin screamed and transformed back into his human form. Everyone was terrified. Nine heads Qilin was at his wit's end. Nine heads Qilin felt extremely aggrieved. He had never been oppressed like this in his life. Lin Wudi, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll tear you into pieces. Nine heads Qilin activated his bloodline and took out the great Dao treasure bottle. Countless swords of laws flew out and pierced through everything. He tore open a crack and prepared to escape. You want to leave? Go to hell. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He would never let nine heads Qilin escape. He raised the death demonic saber, and the great dragon sword soul appeared and merged with the death demonic saber. A dragon roar was heard as if the demonic dragon had awakened. When the saber slashed down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many of the people outside fell to their knees. Some of the experts even screamed. Even Lei Zhen, the first prince, the Golden Crow Prince, and the other top disciples narrowed their eyes. What kind of saber was that? It seemed to be able to destroy everything. The aura of death on the saber was too strong. No, the people of Demon City roared crazily. Nine heads Qilin also screamed. He tried his best to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all. The death demonic saber slashed through his body. It took away all of his life force. Even his soul was destroyed by the terrifying energy of the great dragon's sword soul. 9 heads Qilin's corpse fell from the golden palace. Lin Xian held the death demonic saber in his hand. He was extremely powerful. This scene shocked everyone. Young master, the people from the 1,000 Demon City rushed forward as if they had gone mad and caught the corpse. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian, their eyes spitting fire. Damn it, damn it. A few people wanted to step forward, but in the end, they were killed by Lin Xian with a single slash. Too strong, these people frantically retreated. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as powerful as the 9-headed Qilin was killed. They all looked in the direction of the demon city. The great demon of the 1,000 Demon City held the corpse and cried hysterically. Even his eyes were bleeding. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light appeared on the 9-headed Qilin's body. Immediately after, the mysterious laws of heaven and earth filled the air as an illusory figure appeared. Qilin body, 9 heads. One of the heads suddenly shattered. At the same time, the 9-headed Qilin had completely awakened. His battered body recovered once again. In the next moment, it was as good as new. His closed eyes also opened. The terrifying light was like the light of a sword, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Wuti, I won't rest until you know what's going on. He stood up and roared madly. He didn't die. The surrounding powerhouses and sky prides of the holy city were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Prince and the others were also shocked. Rumor had it that the 9-headed Qilin had 9 heads, which was equivalent to 9 lives. It was practically immortal. Now it seemed that the legend was true. Morong Qingcheng also frowned. This person's bloodline was too extraordinary. Li Hongxiu and the others were also surprised. Great, the young master didn't die. The people of the 1,000 Demon City heaved a sigh of relief, but they still gritted their teeth. The 9-headed Qilin stood in the sky with an unusually cold expression. Behind him, the illusory figure was already missing a head. This made his heart bleed. He didn't die? How magical! Is this the 9-headed sky snake? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The vitality of the other party was beyond his imagination. It was practically immortal. However, the other party was not truly immortal. He looked down and sneered. Are you not convinced? Come up and fight me. Today, I'll cut off all 9 of your heads. Wherever the long saber went, the void shattered. The powerful genius of the 4th week felt his scalp go numb. Is this Lin Wuti? He's too strong. He actually forced the 9-headed Qilin to such a state. Young master, you can't. The monsters of the 1,000 Demon City hurriedly persuaded him. It was obvious that Lin Wuti was extremely powerful now. Wherever he went, the 9-headed Qilin would not be able to defeat him. If he went up again, he would just be throwing his life away. The 9-headed Qilin's face was also gloomy. Damn it, damn it. When had he ever been afraid? But now he really did not dare to attack anymore. The next time I see you, I'll personally take your head and make you suffer a fate worse than death. He turned around and left in big strides. The people of the 1,000 Demon City also said, Just you wait, Lin Wuti. This is not over. They hurriedly followed the 9-headed Qilin. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. This is a grudge between me and you. If anyone dares to implicate my friends and fellow sect members, I'll kill them all. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. At the end of his sentence, an endless aura of death spread and swept around. Everyone felt that their lives were about to be taken away and their scalps went numb. The people of the 1,000 Demon City also had ugly expressions. Damn it, how dare he threaten them? The 9-headed Qilin left, and so did the people of the 1,000 Demon City. The surroundings were completely silent. Previously, these people had wanted to break their heads to enter the Golden Palace, but now no one dared to move. This was because there was a godlike existence standing at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Damn it. Lei Zhen, the first prince. And the others' faces were incomparably cold. The Golden Crow Prince's face was even more solemn. He stood there without saying a word. Lin Xian's gaze swept across and looked at him. You're the 7th Golden Crow Prince, right? Come and die. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. They really did not dare to believe it. Heavens! Is Lin Wuyi going to challenge the Golden Crow Prince this time? This is too crazy. First, he defeated the 9-headed Qilin. Now he's going to attack the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was also facing a great enemy. They all rushed over and surrounded the Golden Crow Prince. One of them shouted angrily, "You dare to challenge us? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I won't kill all of you from Wushuang City?" Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a deathly saber light slashed across and directly split the Golden Crow tribe elite into 2 halves. It also took away his life force. The severed body fell, and the huge corpse shattered the mountains and rivers. Lin's soul fled in panic, and the starry sky trembled. "How dare you destroy my body?" He was really stunned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I've said it before. If you have the ability, you can attack me. Who dares to attack my friends and fellow sect members? I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Do you think I'm joking?" A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, and a golden light blade shot out. It directly shredded the soul into pieces. With a blood-curdling scream, the divine soul of one of the Golden Crow tribe's experts was extinguished. "You're courting death." The Golden Crow tribe elites were completely enraged. Lin Xian had actually killed one of their elites in front of them. Chapter 3900. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. Lin Wuyi was too powerful. Yes, they must not attack Peerless City again. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was especially so for those who had attacked Peerless City previously. Their legs were trembling, and they wanted to run away right now. "Do you really think you're invincible?" At this moment, the Golden Crow Prince stood out. The divine fire on his body was raging, his golden hair danced wildly, and a pair of golden wings covered the sky. "You'll know whether I'm invincible or not when we fight." Lin Xian raised the death demonic blade again. "Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm not in the right state to fight today," the Golden Crow Prince said. The surrounding people's blood boiled. They thought they could see a shocking battle, but the Golden Crow Prince's words almost made them vomit blood. "Not in the right state. Not in the right state to fight. Liar my ass." Who was the one who was so arrogant and said that he wanted to get an extra slot? He even threatened the others, so that the other experts did not dare to attack, but now he had the cheek to say that he was not in the right state. Feeling the disdainful gazes of the surrounding people, the Golden Crow Prince's face turned red. The Golden Crow Prince gritted his teeth. He was about to go crazy. However, he had to say that, because he realized that even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's last attack was too terrifying. Lin Xian laughed out loud after hearing that. Not in the right state. What a joke. Lin Xian was obviously afraid and did not dare to fight with him. "What, Golden Crow Prince? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. How dare you call yourself a genius? I think you're not even as good as Lei Zhen." Lin Xian's words made the Golden Crow Prince vomit blood. On the other side, Lei Zhen also vomited blood. What did Lin Xian mean? Why did he snatch the slot for no reason? Damn it, just you wait. Wait for me for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. No one had ever dared to look down on him like that. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed. "All right, I'll wait for you for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll take your head." The Golden Crow Prince also left, leaving behind a 3-month agreement. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the Golden Crow Prince was no match for him. One had to know that the Golden Crow Prince was extremely arrogant and didn't care about anything. If he had the strength, he would have killed his opponent immediately. But now, the other party wanted to delay for 3 months. This meant that the other party had no confidence in being able to defeat the other party. Lin Wuti was really too strong. One man could hold the pass against 10,000. The others naturally didn't dare to go either. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He saw Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and even Ruffian Long flying over. "Come over here." Lin Xian waved at them. "That's great. Dark Red Divine Dragon." The people of Peerless City flew over excitedly. Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing also flew over. The others were envious. Was he going to enter the Golden Palace under the protection of Lin Xian? What was in the Golden Palace? They realized that Lin Xian's strength had become much stronger than before. Could it be because of the Golden Palace? Murong Qingqing and the others arrived outside the Golden Palace and were about to enter. However, there was a change in the Golden Palace. The Golden Law above formed a light screen that blocked them. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. Murong Qingqing and the others stopped. The dark, red, divine dragon shouted. "Damn, it can't be." He swung his dragon tail and slapped it, making a loud sound. However, he couldn't break the Golden Law at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He also swung his blade. The death, demonic blade surged in the palace. The terrifying blade light slashed on it. A terrifying power spread, and the golden light screen kept fluctuating. However, it didn't break. This made him frown even more. Was the Golden Palace about to close? Lin Xian also frowned. The surrounding people were in despair. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that only Lin Xian could stay in the Golden Palace? This was a piece of despairing news for everyone. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was abnormally deep and old. 3 months later, the Golden Palace would be fully opened. At that time, everyone could enter. Before that, the Golden Palace would be sealed. When these words came out, everyone gasped. 3 months later, the Golden Palace would be fully opened. This was really good news. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Was there someone else in the depths of the Golden Palace? Other than Lin Wuti, there was someone else inside. Who was it? Was it an outsider like them? Or was it an original existence of the Golden Palace? The dark red divine dragon and the others were also shocked. Lin Xian could tell that it was He Shan's voice. Could it be that he had discovered something inside? "Qingqing, come back in 3 months. You have to make good use of these 3 months. Bronze Gate. There are many treasures inside that will definitely allow your strength to undergo a drastic change." "I know, Brother Xian." Murong Qingqing nodded. The dark red divine dragon and the others also looked serious. Lin Xian looked at Li Hongxiu. "Oh right, I have something to ask you. What is the pilgrim roll?" "You don't know?" Li Hongxiu was shocked. "I haven't been in the holy city for long. Most of the time I was outside. I really don't know. If I didn't meet some experts under the pilgrim roll, I really wouldn't know." Li Hongxiu said that the pilgrim roll was a list. The people on it were extremely terrifying. Currently, there were a total of 7 people on the pilgrim roll. These 7 people were all top experts. Their strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing the chief disciple. Their cultivation base had also reached the small saint realm. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Small saint. Lin Xian was shocked. How did they get in? One should know that there were restrictions on the Destiny Star. Small saints were not allowed to enter. Li Hongxiu said that they had suppressed their cultivation base. Currently, their cultivation base was suppressed to the late or peak of the 5th heaven. That was why they could enter. Your senior brother Fu Hongye and Huang Shursan, whose clone you killed, were all on the pilgrim roll in the previous generation. This batch is the new pilgrim roll prodigies. They are very strong. Also be careful. There is also an expert from the great desolate mansion among them. You killed Huang Shursan's clone. If he meets you, he will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He said, "All right, I understand. Hurry up and go to the Bronze Gate. When the Golden Palace opens, we will kill everyone together." Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, the dark red divine dragon, and the people of Peerless City left. They had to make good use of the 3 months to cultivate. Lin Xian also returned to the Roland's palace. The Golden Palace closed again. "Let's go." Lei Jin soared into the sky. The first prince also left with his people. They had to make a breakthrough in 3 months. They would definitely take revenge. Everyone left. The Golden Palace floated in the sky. It was silent all around. As for this news, it began to spread. Chapter 3901. The people on the Heavenly Fate planet were shocked when they heard the news. They couldn't believe it. Lei Jin had been defeated. The first prince of the New Moon race had been defeated. The 9-headed Qilin had been decapitated. The Golden Crow Prince had retreated without a fight. The news was like a clap of thunder that left them dumbfounded. These people were all famous experts, and they were all chief disciples. They were so strong that no one could compare to them. They were probably the strongest people below the pilgrim ranking. Moreover, it was rumored that these people had a high chance of making it to the pilgrim ranking once they left. But now, these people had been defeated. Moreover, they had been defeated by the same person. And that person was Lin Wudi, an extremely young chief disciple. What was even more shocking was that he was only at the 4th level. Was this guy going to defy the heavens? Was there no one among the chief disciples who could suppress him? He was too strong. He was the strongest among the chief disciples. Everyone was shocked. However, there were also people who snorted. Being the strongest was too exaggerated. Although Lei Zhan and the others had been defeated, it was only 4 chief disciples. There were many people from the Holy City who had entered this time, and there were many chief disciples as well. It was just that they hadn't met the other chief disciples yet. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would win. That's right. It was said that the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion had become stronger and was seeking revenge. There were other experts who were also very strong. Moreover, they had lived for thousands of years and were very experienced. Lin Wudi might not be able to stop them. Furthermore, the 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhan, and the others were all top talents. Once they were given the chance, their strength would definitely break through. At that time, they might even be able to kill Lin Wudi. Now that you mention it, there really was one. The Golden Crow Prince had issued a challenge. He would fight Lin Wudi to the death in 3 months. Moreover, it was said that the mysterious Golden Palace would be fully opened in 3 months. At that time, anyone would be able to enter. Hurry up and prepare. We have to go. Even if we can't get the treasure, we have to watch the shocking battle. The people who had entered were all excited. In the depths of the Heavenly Fate planet, the mysterious existences on the pilgrim ranking had also heard the news. This guy was interesting. He had defeated Lei Zhen. He even chopped off one of the heads of the 9-headed Qilin. Some people exclaimed in admiration. But of course, there were also people who snorted coldly in disdain. This brat was too arrogant, occupying the entire Roland's Golden Palace by himself. Although we won't go to Roland's Golden Palace, we definitely won't let her succeed. Young master, why don't we go teach him a lesson? Several figures flashed out from the great desolation mansion's side. There was a glimmer of light in their eyes, but hidden deep within them was a burning passion. The few people on the pilgrim roll didn't go to the Roland's palace because they had better opportunities. These followers, on the other hand, were extremely jealous of the Roland's palace. Now, if they could teach Lin Wudi a lesson, then they could conveniently enter the Golden Palace and perhaps obtain a heaven-defying fortune. All right, go. The great desolate mansion expert waved his hand. His 3 subordinates were overjoyed. Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely let that brat know how powerful we are. The figure in front said, Don't make a move yet. Let my younger brother make a move first. Since he dared to provoke our great desolate mansion, we will definitely kill him. All you need to do is to protect him from the shadows. Yes, young master. We'll definitely complete the mission. The few of them quickly left. This person was called Yu Quan. His younger brother, Yu Yu, was the current chief disciple of the great desolate mansion. He didn't even need to make a move against Lin Wudi. His younger brother would be able to deal with him. The other factions also sent their subordinates to the Rolin's Golden Palace to try their luck. At this moment, there was an undercurrent. Lin Xian returned to the Rolin's Golden Palace and continued his cultivation. He and the toad set off again to search for treasures in the Rolin's Golden Palace. However, most of the treasures were protected by array formations. They might not be able to break through in 3 months. They could only search for treasures that didn't have any defenses or comprehend some mystique laws. Apart from that, he also saw 5 large halls in the 5 regions of the Rolin's Golden Palace. These 5 large halls were currently sealed. However, an incomparably mysterious aura was emitted from within. These 5 large halls were extraordinary. However, they weren't opened yet. He wondered if it had anything to do with what would happen in 3 months. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He retreated. The only thing he could use now was the 2 great Tao golden lotuses on him. These 2 heavenly Tao golden lotuses allowed him to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at a very high efficiency. Therefore, he decided to enter seclusion for 3 months to comprehend the laws of death. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At this moment, the Destiny Star was moving. Everyone had started their journey a few days ago. They were madly rushing towards the Rolin's Golden Palace. They knew that there was a great opportunity and a great battle that was about to break out. Lei Zhen walked out from one of the bronze doors. His aura was even more violent than before. It was obvious that he had obtained a great opportunity in the bronze doors in the past 3 months. At this moment, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Lin Wudi, this is the time of your death. Lei Zhen was extremely confident. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. 9-headed Qilin walked out from another bronze door. At this moment, he had regained his composure once again. His aura was equally terrifying and stronger than before. It was obvious that 9-headed Qilin had also obtained a great opportunity. If you dare to take my life, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. 9-headed Qilin turned into a peerless divine beast and tore through the void. In a dilapidated ruin, a golden figure streaked through the void. It was a man with shoulder-length golden hair and a body like a true dragon. His entire body was covered in terrifying flames. He walked through the air and was extremely domineering. The 7th Golden Crow Prince. He had not been idle in the past 3 months. According to the information in their hands, he had investigated a broken ancient ruin. He had obtained a great opportunity from there, which greatly boosted his confidence. Lin Wudi, 3 months have passed. I will take your head. The Golden Crow Prince streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. The first prince of the New Moon race had also come out. His aura was even more mysterious than before. He also headed towards the Rolin's Golden Palace. The 4 chief disciples had made their move. At the same time, the other prodigies also made their move. The Rolin's Golden Palace, which was originally quiet and desolate, became incomparably lively once again. Countless experts from the sacred city and the major families had gathered here, each occupying a mountain. There was a lot of discussion. I wonder what will be inside the Rolin's Golden Palace this time. Don't worry, we will know once we enter. I am more concerned about the battle. Who do you think will win the battle between the Golden Crow Prince and Lin Wudi? Chapter 3902. It should be Lin Wudi. After all, he was too strong previously. The moment he used the death demonic blade, he managed to kill the 9-headed Qilin. That's right. Lei Zhen and the Crown Prince of the New Moon race had also been defeated by him. Perhaps no one could suppress Lin Wudi. However, some people snorted. What do you know? You're too ignorant. As far as I know, the Golden Crow Prince, Lei Zhen, and the rest have been attacking with all their might. They either entered the Bronze Gate or the primordial ruin garden. They're no longer the same as they were 3 months ago. Just wait and see. They'll definitely come out strong. Everyone was discussing intensely. At this moment, another stream of light flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. At first, it was still at the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. What followed was a monstrous sea of fire that shrouded everything. There were flames everywhere in the void, as if they were going to burn everything. It was the Golden Crow Prince. Everyone was shocked. Oh my God! When did his aura become so strong? Some people were going crazy. They could clearly feel that the Golden Crow Prince's cultivation had become much more terrifying than before. It was obvious that he had improved. It was unbelievable. To be able to improve so much in just 3 months. He was indeed a top genius. Your Highness! The Golden Crow race's warriors quickly surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with excitement. That was great. Their Highness had become so strong. They would definitely not fight this battle. Hasn't the Roland's Golden Palace opened yet? The Golden Crow Prince stood in the void like a god of fire. He said coldly. An elite from the Golden Crow race beside him said, Your Highness, it hasn't opened yet. We'll probably have to wait for a few more days. All right, I'll let Linwoody live for a few more days. When the Roland's Golden Palace opened, it would be time for him to die. I'll let the world know who's the strongest. The Golden Crow Prince descended on a mountain peak. He was too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Previously, they thought that Linwoody would definitely win, but now they were shaken. The Golden Crow Prince's strength had increased. They wondered how the others were doing. The people from the sacred city were also excited. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. A figure appeared in the sea of thunderbolts. Heavens, Lei Zhen! His aura had also become stronger. Everyone screamed. Those people from Thunder God City cheered. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince's gaze was piercingly cold. It was as if an endless sea of fire was spreading. Thunder Zhen also shot out terrifying thunder and lightning that interweaved in the sky. I didn't expect you to break through as well. The Golden Crow Prince snorted. Lei Zhen's expression was ice cold. If you can't kill Linwoody at that time, then let me do it. I will personally send him to hell. It was another person looking for Lin Xian to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The Golden Crow 7th Prince said, You have no chance. He will die in my hands. Is that so? But I also want to fight. At this moment, another voice rang out. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of beasts cried out in unison, with the illusory image of the Qilin and the illusory image of the heavenly serpent circling around. A beautiful man descended from the sky. The 9-headed Qilin had also become stronger. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. As expected of the chief disciple, as long as he was given an opportunity, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Great, young master is here. The people from Thousand Demon City were also excited. Let's see how Lin Xian will die this time. Linwoody dared to kill me. I will make him suffer. I will torture him for 10,000 years. The 9-headed Qilin said coldly after arriving. He definitely won't be able to live. The Crown Prince had arrived. Those who had been defeated by Lin Xian before had all come. They had become stronger than before, and they carried with them supreme confidence. Lin Xian's fate seemed to have been decided while they were chatting. It's over. Linwoody is in danger. Yes, after provoking so many terrifying geniuses, he probably won't be able to sleep well in the future. The Golden Crow Prince was already so terrifying. With the 9-headed Qilin and the others, Linwoody's fate would be very miserable. Many people shook their heads. Some people sneered. Some people, such as Wushuang City and Aquasky City, were worried. The dark, red divine dragon also had a solemn expression. Damn, how did these guys improve so quickly? I wonder if that kid obtained any heaven-defying opportunities in the Golden Palace? Morong Qingqing also frowned. Li Hongxiu said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to that kid. He might be able to beat these people away again. However, it's time for me to show my skills. I've encountered a few interesting opponents this time." Li Hongxiu's bloodline surged. As the daughter of a saint king, her strength didn't lose to these chief disciples. Other than these people, some powerful people appeared. Their strength and ostentatiousness were great, not weaker than the nine-headed Qilin and the golden crow prince. For example, great desolate manners Yu came. He was a man in black battle armor, heroic and extraordinary. After he arrived, he also attracted the attention of the golden crow prince, the nine-headed Qilin, and the others. This person's strength wasn't weaker than theirs. He was a peerless great enemy. In addition, there were a few mysterious figures hidden in the dark, standing in different places. Clearly, they belonged to different factions. Some of these people revealed themselves, releasing a wisp of aura that was shocking. Some hid themselves, but they were detected by some people, causing their scalps to go numb. They knew that this time the Golden Palace had really attracted the attention of various factions. There would probably be a shocking battle. After another 3 days, the Golden Palace in front of them blossomed with incomparable brilliance. The huge golden door trembled and then slowly opened. The golden law was also withdrawn, no longer obstructing it. It opened, the Golden Palace opened. Everyone was incomparably excited. The Golden Crow Prince and the others also stood up, their gazes piercing through the sky. Had it finally opened? It was time to send that kid to hell. At the same time, in the depths of the Golden Palace, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Around him, there were terrifying demonic figures circling. His laws had also become more profound than before. Standing up, Lin Xian looked outside. Was it coming? A biting, cold battle appeared in his eyes. This time, he wouldn't let the Golden Crow Prince off. Everyone was waiting for the Golden Law to completely disappear. The moment it disappeared, everyone moved. Charge quickly! Countless people quickly rushed in. Humph! The Golden Crow Seventh Prince rushed in with the Golden Crow race's experts. The nine-headed Qilin Lei Zhen and the first prince of the New Moon race also led their own people and quickly killed. Let's go. On the other side, Gao Yu led people into the sky. Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing joined forces, leaping in the sky like fairies. On the other side, the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon also led the people of Peerless City in. At this moment, everyone was on the move. Was this the Golden Law? Great, they finally came in. Chapter 3903. The Golden Palace was incomparably huge. Even if everyone entered, it still seemed incomparably empty. In fact, everyone felt that it seemed to be a world of its own. Now that they could enter, they were so excited that they cried, "Quickly search! Where are the treasures?" These people searched frantically. They discovered that the main hall was empty and extended in all directions. There were no treasures. Damn it, where are the treasures? Why isn't there a single one? Didn't they say that there were treasures everywhere? In their imagination, the Golden Palace was a huge treasure trove. When they pushed open the door, they would see saint artifacts scattered all over the ground. All kinds of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. However, they discovered that the situation was not like that at all. Some people screamed crazily. Could it be that Lin Wudi had obtained all the good things? It was possible that he had stayed inside for 3 months and couldn't snatch any treasures. Damn it! Quickly find Lin Wudi and kill him. Yes, they had to make him hand over the treasures. He couldn't take them all for himself. These people's eyes were red. It was even more so for those holy cities. How could such a treasure trove be taken by one person alone? At this moment, they began to frantically search for Lin Xian all over the world. Not good. Brother Xian is in danger. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. Li Hongxiu also said, "Are these people crazy?" The dark red divine dragon, Northern Demon, and the others also said, "Quickly find that kid and tell him not to show his face." At this moment, not only the Golden Crow Prince, but everyone's target had become Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many people. Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he went to the depths of the Golden Palace. He discovered that the 5 sealed halls had actually opened. Moreover, they were emitting a mysterious aura. He discovered that the aura emitted by each hall was different, as if they represented different laws. Inside, he discovered the Sky Hall, Earth Hall, Human Hall, Yin Yang Hall, and All Life Hall. After Lin Xian carefully sensed it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This palace was truly extraordinary. Basically, it contained most of the nomological laws. Other than some extremely rare laws, all the other laws could be comprehended here. In other words, after entering, one could be tempered and improved. As expected, the opening of the 5 halls was inextricably linked to the Roland's Golden Palace. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned his head and looked ahead. Had they all entered? He could feel countless surging auras. It seemed like it was time to settle their grudges. He snorted coldly and decided to take the initiative to attack. Once he dealt with the Golden Crow Prince and the others, he would enter the 5 halls to cultivate. Outside, those people were frantically searching for treasures, while searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts. All of a sudden, they froze. The reason for that was because they had discovered a figure walking out from the depths of the Golden Palace. It was that kid, Lin Wuyi. Did he finally dare to come out? At that instant, countless gazes were directed toward him. There were even some experts from the sacred city who rushed up and surrounded them. Lin Wuyi, hand over the treasure. That's right. There are so many treasures in the Golden Palace. Do you want to take them all for yourself? Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. These people's expressions were incomparably cold. Let's see who dares to make a move. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to boil. He rushed over. The northern demon also snorted coldly, and the illusion of a towering divine tree behind him emitted a terrifying aura. The people of Violet Water City and Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They drew their swords and sabers. We will advance and retreat together with Senior Brother Lin. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing came. Li Hongxiu also came. The 2 of them came to Lin Xian's side. At that moment, a group of experts stood around Lin Xian. It was a powerful force. It caused the expressions of those who had spoken arrogantly to change. Lin Wuyi alone was already so strong, and now there were so many people, especially Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. They had all seen their skills before. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. These people were facing a great enemy. Some even quietly retreated. Do you think you can survive just because someone is helping you? At that moment, Lei Zhan walked over with 10,000 lightning bolts. Today, you will definitely die. The 9 Qilins also stood out. The Crown Prince and the Golden Crow Prince also walked out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes shone with a cold light. Kid, it's already March. Come and fight to the death. I will let you know that you are just an ant in front of me. Lin Xian looked around and then sneered. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. There were treasures, but most of them were sealed. Those who had the ability to break the seal themselves. How could it be possible to come in and pick up treasures? What kind of place do you think this is? Also, what I get is my business. Do you have the right to know? I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his sentence, the black chains of law on his body rushed out with a monstrous aura of death, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. The surrounding people trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still did not dare to attack when they felt the cold aura on Lin Xian's body. A bunch of trash. Seeing these people retreat, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. Then he looked at the Golden Crow Prince and the others. You're so arrogant now. Didn't you run away from me like a stray dog 3 months ago? Do you think 3 months can change anything? You're courting death. The Golden Crow Prince was furious. 3 months ago, leaving without a fight was a great humiliation to him. He did not allow others to mention it. Now, the other party was obviously provoking him. Kid, I wasn't in my best state last time. This time, I will personally send you to hell. And us. Kid, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhen and the other two also stood out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. The 3 of you who have lost to me are not qualified for me to take action. I'll leave you to deal with the toad. He kicked the toad out of the cave. The toad cried out, Damn, kid, are you trying to trick me again? Then he turned his head and looked at Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others. How dare the 2 of you come back after being defeated by me? You were defeated by me before. Are you not convinced? Come and fight. This time, I will teach you how to behave. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my God, what is the meaning of this? A toad, jumping up and down, dared to look down on Lei Zhen and the first prince? Did he have a death wish? However, Lei Zhen and the first prince's faces were terrifyingly dark. Their bodies began to tremble. Damn it, it's that toad again. This was the nightmare of their entire lives. That was because they had not been defeated by Lin Xian. Instead, they had been defeated by that toad. Damn toad. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Zhen and the first prince's voices were piercingly cold and murderous. The surrounding people were all stunned. What did this mean? Could it be that Lei Zhen and the first prince were defeated by this toad? They were all dumbfounded when they thought of that possibility. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Tips. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, tip. Chapter 3904. This was truly shocking news. These 2 people were both chief disciples. Losing to Lin Wudi was understandable, but losing to a toad? That was too unbelievable. That's right, they lost to me. Why? Is it shameful to lose to me? It's the honor of your life to be able to fight with me. The toad clamored. Lei Zhen and the crown prince were so angry that they were bleeding. The experts behind them were also in a frenzy. Impossible. Damn it, we don't believe it. Lin Xian's people were also dumbfounded. Oh my God, it can't be true. Murong Qingqing laughed, and Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. This kid is good. The dark red dragon roared. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. So these 2 trash were defeated by a toad. I'm dying of laughter. What toad? It's the wise and mighty Lord Toad. Although you're this kid's friends, if you dare to shout, I'll be angry. The toad jumped up and down. Xiao Bai came over and slapped him, making him dizzy. Quiet, Ya, ignore him. I have a lot of spirit fruits here. Xiao Bai took out the spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. Little guy, you're really reliable. The dark red dragon rushed over and laughed impatiently. He grabbed the spirit fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, he called out, Don't be polite. We're on the same side. Hurry up and eat. Right, kid? I remember that you still have some golden crow corpses. Take them out and we'll roast them. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, this is a life and death battle. You guys are making it seem like you're on vacation. Do you put the other experts in your eyes? Especially this dragon, who wants to eat the golden crows. Isn't this provoking the golden crow crown prince? Sure enough, the golden crow crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He said, All of you back off. I'll take his life. I've made an agreement with him 3 months ago. He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted. The surrounding people were all sent flying, coughing up blood. The 9-headed Qilin, the crown prince, Lei Zhen, and the others frowned. Then they laughed. All right, I'll let you do it then. Older brother Xian, be careful. His strength has become stronger than before. Murong Qingqing reminded him in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Qingqing, he isn't a match for me. After I kill him, I'll treat you to roasted golden crow. Lin Xian also strode forward in large strides. Everyone retreated, creating enough distance between them. Fortunately, The Roland's golden palace was extremely spacious, allowing them to observe the battle from a distance. Brat, go and die. The Golden Crow seventh prince did not waste any more words and directly attacked, because he really wanted to kill him. In an instant, his divine flame exploded. The entire sky was dyed red. A vast sea of fire swept out and rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light bloomed from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a quiet and handsome man into a domineering demon god. Aside from the 9 yang divine fire, there were also 2 types of law revolving around his body. One was the law of 5 forms, and the other was pitch black, the law of death. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward. Like a Kuan Peng, his speed was extremely fast. He left an afterimage in the world, causing most people to not be able to see him clearly before he arrived in front of his opponent. He tore apart the boundless flames, and a pitch-black hand slapped towards the Golden Crow, 7th Prince. He was too strong and too confident. He actually wanted to kill the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, with one hand. Everyone was shocked. Lei Zhen, the 1st Prince, and the others also had cold expressions. Lin Wuti was too domineering and arrogant. The elegance that he displayed made them very uncomfortable. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was even more furious. No one dared to treat him like this, especially now that his strength had increased greatly. A fiery red light bloomed in his eyes. He swept out his right hand and rushed towards the sky. It smashed open like the sun. A terrifying heat wave swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the Golden Crow flames collided with the pitch-black palm. The 2 of them had an apocalyptic confrontation. Terrifying laws danced in the air, and the world was filled with cracks. After that attack, the Golden Crow 7th Prince came out forcefully, and the Golden Crow fist swept in all directions. It had to be said that he was really too powerful. His entire body was filled with divine power. Kid, what do you have to fight with me? Behind him, there was a Golden Crow phantom that swept across the sky. You actually blocked it. It seems that your strength has increased in the past 3 months. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, you are too naive. You are still not my match. Lin Xian also came out forcefully, and all kinds of killing methods were endless. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them kept colliding, and all kinds of divine powers were released. The surrounding people were extremely terrified. It was too terrifying. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. Just the aftermath of this energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Lei Zhen, the 1st Prince, and the others also had solemn expressions. Could it be that Lin Wuti's strength had also increased? One had to know that the current Golden Crow 7th Prince was no longer the same as 3 months ago. His strength had increased greatly. To kill Lin Wuti, it should be a piece of cake. Why was it so difficult to separate them now? This made them shocked. It seemed that the other party's talent was not inferior to theirs. 3 months was enough for a huge change to happen. Such a peerless enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party would completely grow in the future. When he entered the Saint Venerable or Saint King realm, he would be a peerless enemy. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent vibration in front of them, which attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, they all screamed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' pupils shrank. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe screamed. This was impossible. It turned out that Lin Xian had attacked forcefully. His right hand was like a dragon, and it was like a pitch-black demonic dragon. It hit the other party's fist. It caused the Golden Crow 7th Prince's fist to shatter. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the bones were exposed. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was injured in a contest of physique. It was too unbelievable. That was a Golden Crow whose body was like a real dragon and Qilin. His physique was unimaginably strong. Even so, he could not defeat Lin Wuti. Damn it, What kind of physique did this Lin Wuti have? How could he be so strong? It must be an extremely strong physique. It should be a divine physique of heaven and earth. It was too heaven-defying. This kind of physique was very difficult to cultivate. It was unbelievable that Lin Wuti could cultivate to such a level. The powerhouses of the sacred city exclaimed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not that good. Is this your strength? You can't be arrogant in front of me. I'll teach you how to roast today. Ah! The Golden Crow Prince felt humiliated. He roared at the sky, and his golden hair fluttered. An even more terrifying aura appeared. It spread out. Chapter 3905. Die. He opened his palms, and 2 golden crows flew out. They were covered in blood-red runes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His opponent had activated his bloodline power. He snorted and moved. At the same time, he waved his hands and used stellar transposition. The 2 golden crows were controlled by a mysterious power and collided with each other. There was a loud boom. The sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. The violent aura blew everything away. Lin Xian retreated. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was also forced back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, his opponent had broken through his peerless attack. It's useless. I said that you're no match for me. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. That's because your flesh contains more energy. I'll eat you later, and my strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was drooling. This scene infuriated the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The other party had actually said that he wanted to eat him. He couldn't stand it. Now, I'll show you my true peerless technique. The Golden Crow 7th Prince recovered from his injuries and strode forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body as his hands were continuously forming hand seals. The ancient Golden Crow's 4-fold attack. The terrifying sound made everyone's scalp tingle. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others narrowed their eyes. How was that possible? Wasn't that the lost peerless technique of the Golden Crow tribe? How did the Golden Crow 7th Prince know it? Did he get it on the celestial fate planet? Damn it, this guy hit it too well. The Golden Crow tribe elites were stunned. Then they were overjoyed. It was a lost peerless technique. Great, His Highness will win this time. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. This attack was a real threat to him. He used the Peng movement technique and quickly retreated. However, the 4 strikes of the immemorial Golden Crow were truly too powerful. It was unparalleled and chased after him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't dodge. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Whoa! At this critical moment, Lin Xian condensed the death demonic blade and slashed out. Boom! Boom! When the 2 of them collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The void trembled and the world shook. Countless people frantically retreated. Some people were affected and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The terrifyingly powerful death demonic blade had met its match at this moment. This saber only blocked the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks. However, it did not shatter, which moved Lin Xian. Everyone was even more surprised. No way! Was the Golden Crow 7th Prince already this powerful? One had to know that the death demonic blade had chopped off the heads of 9 Qilins before. It was so powerful, but now it was blocked. Brat, you can't take it anymore. You'll definitely die next. The Golden Crow 7th Prince released a terrifying aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. You're too confident. His body also exploded with incomparable light, as bright as the sun. The terrifying law of death was even more breathtaking. The death demonic blade continued to attack. It carried with it the power to destroy all life as it crazily slashed down. It's useless. Primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks kill. He continuously waved his hand and formed 4 golden crows. They were unparalleled, and they carried with them an indomitable aura. They surrounded Lin Xian 4 times. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The heat wave suppressed the light on his body. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. It seemed that the Golden Crow 7th Prince wanted to refine Lin Wuti alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Murong Qingqing, Ruffian Long, and the others were also extremely nervous. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe laughed loudly. Lin Wuti could not be compared to their crown prince at all. Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, and the others also had grave expressions. Was this the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks? It was really too powerful. They felt their hair stand on end. Not to mention Lin Wuti. Even if they attacked, they would not be able to stop it. This Golden Crow Crown Prince was really heaven-defying. Everyone thought that Lin Wuti was going to lose. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the primordial Golden Crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He placed the death demonic blade in front of him and emitted a terrifying aura of the laws. At the same time, he waved his hands and circulated the power of the great dragon's sword soul. The laws of the 5 elements spread out. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What was that? Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. This kid actually had such a remarkable ability. Lei Zhan and the others gasped again. They did not know that it was an evolved weapon, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. Its strength was beyond imagination. During this period, not only had Lin Xian's strength increased, but so had the great dragon's sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's attack power had become stronger, and his ability to evolve all things had also become more powerful. The Dragon Pattern Cauldron was much more powerful now that it had been created by him. Boom! He activated the Dragon Pattern Cauldron and struck it in all directions, directly putting away the 4 primordial golden crows beside him. The 4 golden crows were like suns as they were sucked into the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. Everyone's expression changed. Did he break it? The Golden Crow Crown Prince's expression changed. How was that possible? This was his ultimate technique. How could his opponent break it? In his opinion, Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, and the others could not break it. Damn it, get lost! The Golden Crow Crown Prince kept forming hand seals. The 4 primordial golden crows trembled violently, wanting to rush out. Buzz! 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 Golden crows surrounded the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was as if the gods were about to descend. All kinds of phenomenons appeared one after another. This Golden Crow Prince was truly too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand such a terrifying attack and heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, everyone was on guard. Even the few figures in the dark frowned. They were the subordinates of the genius on the pilgrimage roll, but they were also shocked when they saw the scene. This person was very powerful. They would give him time in the future. There was a high chance that he would make the pilgrimage roll. Lin Wuti had lost. Yes, he was very powerful, but he was no match for the Golden Crow Crown Prince. After this battle, he might die and be killed. There was no need to pay attention to him in the future. These few experts who came from the depths of the forest made a decision. On the other side, the man in black armor also had a cold smile on his face. Was he going to be killed just like that? He originally wanted to attack, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Well, when the time comes, I'll just meet the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The people from Wushuang City were also nervous. Could Senior Brother Lin succeed? They did not know. That Golden Crow was too powerful. The dark red divine dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it! How did this guy get such a lost technique? The toad also spat. Aren't you guys going to run? I'm going to retreat. Chapter 3906. Even in ancient existence, like the toad wanted to escape. Was Lin Wuti really going to lose? Lin Xian also felt great pressure. To be honest, this ability was truly terrifying. As expected of an ancient expert of the Golden Crows, it was too powerful. Even though it was a broken ability, it was still terrifying. However, he hadn't lost yet. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon's sword soul roared again. At the same time, he activated his secret technique. With a whoosh, the dragon pattern cauldron shone brightly. Then it spun rapidly. The two dragons on it seemed to come to life. With a bang, the Golden Crow 7th Prince fell to the ground and spat out blood. A crack appeared on his body. What's going on? Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. In their opinion, the battle was over. Lin Wuti had lost and was likely to be killed. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed completely. The Golden Crow 7th Prince spat out blood and his body was broken. What's going on? Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others were also shocked. Even the experts from the depths of planet Tianming were dumbfounded. This was impossible. It was completely different from what they had predicted. Boom! The dragon pattern cauldron shook violently. The Golden Crow 7th Prince retreated and spat out blood again. A second crack appeared on his body. No way! The Golden Crow 7th Prince was really injured. Heavens! The Golden Crow 7th Prince was the one who lost in the end. The surrounding people went crazy. The experts of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. Your Highness! They couldn't believe it. Their Highness had gained such a great advantage that he could have killed his opponent. However, he lost in the blink of an eye. It was unimaginable. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Crow 7th Prince roared at the sky. Flames surged from his body, and an illusion appeared to heal his wound. He hadn't lost yet. He wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, the dragon pattern cauldron shook again. He spat out blood again. The flames and the Golden Crow illusion shattered. A third crack appeared on his body. Then the dragon pattern cauldron shook 4 more times. A fourth crack appeared on the Golden Crow Prince's body. Then his body was torn apart. Boom! His body was ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone was stunned. He had lost. They knew that the Golden Crow Prince had been completely defeated. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. They were unable to accept this fact. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' faces turned ugly. The people from the grand, desolate mansion and the people in the depths of the heavenly fate star also had solemn expressions on their faces. Could it be that this person was their greatest enemy? The people from Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. Great! Senior brother had won. The dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others all laughed. Initially, the toad wanted to escape, but when it caught sight of this, it came to a stop as well. Damn, it can't be right. I actually misjudged him. This brat is actually so powerful. With the dragon pattern cauldron above his head, Lin Xian drew the death demonic saber and charged forward. Damn it, how dare you! The cultivators of the Golden Crow clan roared in anger. Their crown prince had already been defeated. Yet the other party still wanted to fight. In an instant, 2 sages rushed over. Lin Wuti, do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wherever the death demonic saber passed, the vitality of the 2 sages was constantly drained away. White hair grew out of their golden hair. The 2 sages were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian kicked them until they exploded. Do you want to leave after losing? If I were to lose, would you guys stop attacking me? You will definitely kill me mercilessly. Since that's the case, why can't I attack when you lose? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting the Golden Crow 7th Prince go today. The Golden Crow 7th Prince roared in anger. His shattered body reformed. He was really mad. Even after using the immemorial Golden Crow quadruple attack. He was still no match for the other party. However, although he had lost, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. "Brat, you are too arrogant." He rushed forward. The two of them fought, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Not long after, half of his body exploded, and countless golden feathers fell to the ground. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He slashed the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, with a death demonic saber. Damn it! The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, was really frightened. He realized that he was no match for the other party at all. Even after 3 months, he was still no match for the other party. He quickly retreated. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe also flew over, wanting to attack. One of them directly summoned 8 large flags that surrounded each other. The flags were completely enveloped by the law of fire. It was extremely monstrous and formed a peerless array formation that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. "Go to hell, brat." That person laughed sinisterly. The other person took out a flying sword. It was a golden flying sword the size of a palm, but it was incomparably powerful. Its aura was extremely terrifying. There was even a terrifying attack that came over. It seemed that they wanted to completely kill Lin Xian. No way the people of the Golden Crow tribe were going to attack. Could it be that they wanted to break the rules? One should know that it was very normal for young supreme talents to fight. However, if so many powerhouses were to gang up on a single person, especially a chief disciple, then things would get out of hand. Even if Lin Xian was killed, would Peerless City let it go? Damn it, how dare you! The people of Peerless City were also roaring crazily. Murong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the others' faces changed. Were these people despicable and shameless? Did they think that they would be afraid of them in terms of numbers? The dark red divine dragon flew out and roared towards the sky. All kinds of dragon shadows rushed out. Murong Qingcheng also snorted coldly. The 7-colored light on her body revolved and tore an elite from the Golden Crow tribe into pieces. Li Hongxiu also attacked. The northern demons and the people of Peerless City also attacked. The toad was also angry. Damn it! How dare they bully him with numbers? Did they really think that he was a pushover? These people charged over and fought with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Lin Xian rushed out from the endless energy. He naturally entered the Great Sage Pagoda and used the Great Sage Pagoda to block the attack. Then he rushed out with the death demonic blade in his hand and attacked again. Did you think that you could survive today? The blade slashed down. The Golden Crow, 7th Prince, kept dodging. However, his life was quickly snatched away. He resisted crazily, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out golden flames that filled the sky. The flames condensed and formed 4 golden crows that rushed over. Firmament. Could it be that this was the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes? This person was stunned. Did Lin Xian know such a technique? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even the Golden Crow, 7th Prince, was stunned. Chapter 3907. The others didn't even know that he had just obtained the ultimate technique. How did the other party know it? How was that possible? In an instant he was stunned. Boom! He was smashed to pieces by the primordial Golden Crow. Die! The death demonic blade released a terrifying aura and slashed down again. Not good. A soul roared crazily in the broken body. His glabella suddenly split open, and a violent aura surged out. He grabbed the death demonic blade. Then the death demonic blade shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He quickly dodged, but he was affected by the force and instantly retreated. The people fighting in the surroundings all stopped. Murong Qingcheng, the dark red dragon, and the others also looked into the distance with solemn expressions. The others were also on guard. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Crow 7th Prince still had a trump card? Greetings, father. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's soul knelt on the ground. The other Golden Crow race elites also knelt. Could it be a Saint King of the Golden Crow race? Everyone was terrified. Was the Saint King about to enter planet Tianming? They trembled in fear. Some people said that it wasn't the real Saint King, but a soul mark that the Saint King had left in the Golden Crow prince's body. It was a life-saving rune. Father, help me kill him. The Golden Crow, 7th prince, gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with viciousness. The surrounding experts of the Golden Crow tribe also spoke quickly, asking the Saint King to take action and kill this bastard. In the sky, a golden figure turned into a middle-aged man with a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a god. His golden eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. Instantly, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Heavens, is the soul mark going to make a move? Lin Xian was also on guard. The Golden Crow, Saint King's soul mark, said coldly, "Young man, you're quite strong, but you dare to challenge the Golden Crow race? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He immediately used the dragon-patterned cauldron to block in front of him. The two roaming dragons flickered incessantly, but in an instant they collapsed. It was too strong. Even if it was just a soul imprint, it was still left behind by a Saint King. It was impossible to resist. He was sent flying and vomited blood. The dark, red, divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also affected. Lin Wuti was finished. That's right. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a sage king? It was a worthy death. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that this time Lin Wuti was really doomed. Was he dead? In the great desolation mansion, Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, the first prince, and the others wore stern expressions. They rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Such a great enemy had finally died. However, they were still extremely careful. Would the 7th prince of the Golden Crow attack them again to prevent future trouble? Therefore, these people were always on guard, ready to escape at any time. How dare you? The people of Peerless City rushed out. Our eldest senior brother is the chief disciple. You are a high and mighty sage king. Could it be that you want to make a move on us, the younger generation? You broke the rules. Aren't you afraid of Peerless City's revenge? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sage King's gaze swept over. Shui Tianqin and the others were sent flying and vomited blood. Their flesh was badly mangled and many parts of their bodies were charred black. He was too powerful. They could not withstand a single glance from him. It was just a soul mark. It was hard to imagine how powerful a real Sage King was. They would probably be reduced to ashes with a wave of his hand. A bunch of ants, how dare you threaten me? The middle-aged man in the sky said coldly, So what if you are from Peerless City? If King Peerless is unhappy, ask him to come and find me. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that the Golden Crow Sage King was determined to kill Lin Xian. That was true. If such a powerful enemy was allowed to grow, it would be an endless calamity. The best thing to do now was to kill him in the cradle. The people of Sacred City also became excited. They also wanted to kill Lin Wuti. However, with the Golden Crow Sage King's help, Peerless City would not be able to take revenge on them in the future. Damn it, damn it. The people of Shui Tianqin and the others gritted their teeth. The dark, red divine dragon and the northern demon also looked solemn. At this moment, Murong Qingqing stood out. If Peerless City was not afraid, what about Kunlun Pavilion? If you dare to touch him, I, Brother Kunlun, will not let you go. When those words were spoken, everyone was stupefied. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan were stupefied. Heavens, this beautiful woman is actually from the Kunlun Pavilion. That was also a sacred city, and it was extremely mysterious. The successor of Kunlun Pavilion is on Lin Wuti's side. The 9-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others looked solemn. Kunlun Pavilion? How dare you threaten me? In the sky, The Golden Crow, Sage King, snorted coldly. The void around him kept shattering. Murong Qingcheng also felt a violent vibration. She held up the seven-colored light to block it. However, she still took a few steps back and her face turned pale. She had no choice. The other party was too powerful. So what if I threaten you? Try it, if you don't believe me. Li Hongxiu also stood out. Damn, another ruthless person. Li Hongxiu was also the daughter of a sage king. Her status was not any lower than the seventh prince of the Golden Crow. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Crow sage. They wanted to see what the Golden Crow sage would do. That was because it was not just Peerless City. There were also Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. In total, there were 3 forces. No matter how powerful the Golden Crow tribe was, could they fight against the 3 great sage cities? Could the 2 of you represent Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion? If the 2 sage kings came out, they might be able to save this kid. But now it was impossible. The Golden Crow Sage King shot out 2 rays of light that shrouded Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I only want to kill this kid. Cold, murderous intent burst from his eyes, which turned into 2 golden divine swords and quickly shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, but he was still coughing up blood. Damn it, that was too despicable. He did not expect the Golden Crow tribe to be so despicable. Even the Sage King wanted to take action. It was over. Lin Wudi was doomed. At this moment, everyone knew that the 3 great sage cities together could not scare the Sage King away. This meant that the Golden Crow tribe was determined to kill this enemy. The people of Peerless City were also in despair. The dark red divine dragon secretly contacted Lin Xian, wanting to use the Great Sage Tower to fight back. If it did not work, they could escape. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of Roland's golden palace. Are you trying to bully the weak? I'll let you have a taste of being angered today. Chapter 3908. As Zhang Xian spoke, a massive pitch-black hand reached over, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, it arrived above the Golden Crow Saint King's hand. Who's that? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the Saint King's soul mark. How dare someone attack it? The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also furious, but their expressions changed when they sensed the aura. Heavens, this person is too powerful. Who is he? The Golden Crow Saint King's phantom roared and slammed his palm into the sky. The golden flames were incomparable, and countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth. The 2 clashed and the sky collapsed. Oh no, this is a super powerhouse. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that there's a Saint King in the Golden Palace? After the attack, everyone was sent flying. They widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark was extremely weak and dim. The black hand retracted. At the same time, a cold voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. How is it? Does it feel good to be bullied? Who are you? The soul mark roared crazily. You're just a small golden crow. You don't have the right to know. Damn. No way, who is this person? He doesn't take the Golden Crow Saint King seriously. Could it be that he has surpassed the Saint King? Thinking of this, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The Golden Palace was too mysterious. The people of the Golden Crow tribe went crazy and trembled. The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also stunned. Even Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, and the others were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The dark red divine dragon and the North Demon were also shocked. This aura, could it be? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said telepathically, That's right, it's Black Mountain. Black Mountain is here too. I've forgotten about that old guy. I didn't expect him to have recovered to this extent. That's great. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. The North Demon also smiled. With Master here, we're safe. The toad was also surprised. Could it be that mysterious person? It revealed a look of suspicion. There's a good show to watch. I want to watch a good show. Sure enough, the dark red dragon jumped out and pointed to the front with a cold smile. Why, aren't you guys very arrogant? Come on, continue attacking. Didn't you rely on your status as a sage king to bully us? Now, have you tasted the feeling of being crushed by others? Ha 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 ha. The dark red dragon laughed maniacally. The others were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. The toad jumped out as well. Brother, you're to my liking. I'll befriend you. As he spoke, he looked ahead and gulped. Damn, I despise people who use their power to bully others the most. Is a golden crow so amazing? My bloodline is much nobler than yours. Even I didn't use my power to bully you. How dare you be so shameless? Now he was in trouble. When the golden crow races people heard this, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Ants. The Saint King was enraged. With his status, the two demonic beasts were jumping around in front of him. He slapped them with his palm. A terrifying aura shrouded the two of them. Damn, old thing, you really dare to attack. The dark red dragon was shocked. The toad also wanted to escape, but it was caught by the dark red dragon. Brother, don't be afraid, we have a backup plan. Sure enough, the black palm in the sky slapped down again and directly destroyed the golden crow Saint King's attack. At the same time, the black palm shrouded the golden crow Saint King. No, damn it, you can't do this. Who are you? Do you want to be our enemy? The golden crow race's powerhouse roared. The golden crow Saint King's soul imprint shouted coldly. You want to be my enemy no matter who you are. You will definitely die. However, this threat was useless. The black palm grabbed the soul imprint and then completely destroyed it. Dead. How is that possible? The soul imprint was destroyed. The golden crow race's powerhouse knelt on the ground in disbelief. The golden crow seventh prince's face was also full of despair. His biggest trump card was his father, the real Saint King, but his soul imprint was taken away by someone else. What kind of powerhouse is this? Damn it, why did he help Linwoody? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Is this person really on Linwoody's side? Will he kill the golden crow seventh prince and the others like the Saint King? Will he attack us after killing the golden crow? At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, the black palm in the sky disappeared after killing the Saint King's soul imprint. It seemed that it was not worth it to attack again. However, it did not matter. The remaining people were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian stood up again. The terrifying laws in his body were activated and all his injuries were healed. He stared at the golden crow, seventh prince. Is this your biggest trump card? How pitiful. You can't beat him, so you asked the Saint King to help you. Do you think you can kill me like this? Today I will send you to hell. The golden crow, seventh prince's soul quickly healed his body and then fled into the distance. The golden crow race's powerhouses also rushed up. Linwoody, do you want to die? We only damaged the imprint this time. The real Saint King is still alive. If you dare to touch our crown prince, the Saint King will definitely not let you off. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Even if I don't kill him, will he let me off? He wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I will go easy on him? Lin Xian snorted and attacked forcefully. Several golden crow race's powerhouses were sucked dry and couldn't stop him at all. He stepped in the air and charged toward the golden crow, seventh prince. Counterattack. However, this time the toad, the dark red dragon, and the others all attacked. They'd blocked these powerhouses. Lin Xian had no more worries and instantly caught up with the golden crow, seventh prince. The golden crow, seventh prince, only knew that he couldn't escape and counterattacked crazily. However, the outcome would definitely be miserable. He was beaten up several times by Lin Xian. The life aura on his body was also constantly being ground out by the death blade. In the end, his soul was directly destroyed. Its huge body fell to the ground. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire Golden Palace shook violently. Everybody was stupefied. The Golden Crow's seventh prince had been killed. This was the Saint King's son, the chief disciple. At this moment, he was actually killed. Everyone felt that they had gone crazy. It wasn't that no powerhouses had died before. For example, many top geniuses in the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City had died. However, these people added together were not as shocking as the death of the Golden Crow, seventh prince. They knew that there would be a huge storm that would sweep through the starry sky. The Golden Crow race would definitely not let this matter rest. Chapter 3909. No, the experts of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. They had gone mad, completely mad. Their prince had been killed. How were they going to explain it when they returned? They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it, let's go. They rushed towards the prince of the Golden Crow race and wanted to take the corpse away. Perhaps the Sage King could revive their prince. However, Lin Xian was one step ahead. He grabbed the huge corpse and kept it in the Great Sage Pagoda. How could we leave such a good delicacy for you? We want to eat roasted Golden Crow. We've been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow race screamed crazily. Damn it, give us back the prince's corpse. However, what answered them was the cold death demon blade. Another 2 experts were killed and returned to their original forms. They were caught by Lin Xian. There wasn't enough food to begin with. All of you can stay. He attacked crazily. The remaining experts of the Golden Crow race were scared out of their wits. Hurry, leave. They had gone mad. This was simply a madman. It was impossible to reason with him. The remaining people quickly fled. In the end, another 2 people were killed. Only a few people escaped. Blood splattered all over the ground. Golden feathers scattered all over the ground. There was still a violent aura in the sky. No one dared to believe that the powerful Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered. Even the Golden Crow Prince had been killed. Moreover, these people's corpses were going to be made into delicious food. They felt terrified just thinking about it. He was truly a great demon king. At this moment, some people wanted to retreat, especially those from the Thousand Demon City. They were all beasts. If they attracted the attention of the other party, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the crown prince of the New Moon race had dark expressions. They originally thought that they could take revenge after breaking through in 3 months. But now the situation was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow Prince was killed. Even if they had the soul imprint of the Sage King, it was useless here. Who was still unconvinced. Come over and stand. Lin Xian carried the death demon blade and looked around coldly. At this moment, everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. No one dared to go against him. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and pointed at Lei Zhen. Do you dare to come? Lei Zhen remained silent. He looked at the 9-headed Qilin and the first prince. The 2 of them snorted coldly as well. Clearly, they were stunned by the previous scene and did not make a move. A bunch of trash. I'm still waiting for you to provoke me. Since that's the case, then scram. At this point, he waved his hand and told the dark red divine dragon, clean up the battlefield. We'll have a Golden Crow feast later. The surrounding people all left because no one dared to provoke Lin Wuti again. Even the people from the depths of planet Tianming didn't make a move. They said that they would wait and see what else the Golden Palace had. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this brat after obtaining the treasure. The great desolate mansions, you also retreated. For a moment, only Lin Xian and the others were left. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Are you 2 okay? They're fine. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She suffered a bit of shock, but it wasn't serious. Morong Qingqing also said, if Brother Xian is fine, then I'm fine too. Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a feast later. The flesh and blood of the Golden Crow race all contained pure energy, especially the Golden Crow Prince. No matter what injuries he suffered, he would recover immediately after eating a mouthful. Lin Xian took out the storage rings of these people and started to organize the spoils of war. The Golden Crow's corpse was thrown to the dark red divine dragon and the others for them to organize. Soon, the dark red divine dragon and the others set up a pot and started a fire to roast the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Prince's corpse was too huge, like a mountain. They could make many kinds of delicacies. There was no need for Lin Xian to take care of it. The saints of Wushuang City also had red eyes. Following their eldest senior brother was like having meat to eat. There was no need for Lin Xian to provide the flames. The dark red divine dragon was extremely active. It spat out countless dragon flames and started to roast. Lin Xian cleaned up the spoils of war while sitting with Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, chatting and laughing. The Golden Crow was indeed not easy to take. With the terrifying dragon flames of the dark red divine dragon, it took 3 days to gradually roast it. A fragrance floated out and echoed in the Golden Palace. The experts and saints who had already left began to search the Golden Palace. However, when they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they swallowed their saliva. What smell is so fragrant? Fuck, could it be that he was really taking the Golden Crow test? These people's eyes popped out. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just joking, but now it seemed the other party really did it. Was he not afraid of the Golden Crow, Saint King's crazy pursuit? There were also some people who didn't believe it. They thought that Lin Wudi wouldn't dare to be so bold. But when they quietly returned and saw the Golden Crow being roasted, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They quickly ran away. They couldn't afford to offend this Demon King for the rest of their lives. The news instantly spread throughout the Golden Palace. The saints who were searching for the treasures all broke out in cold sweat when they heard about it, especially those from the Demon City. Their legs were trembling now. This was simply a glutton, a Demon King glutton. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about what the others thought. At this moment, they were all staring at the huge golden roasted meat and drooling. Lin Xian cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." Actually, he didn't need to say anything. These people couldn't wait anymore. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Haha, I won't hold back. He opened his mouth and bit. However, there was one person who was faster than him. That was the toad. The toad might be small, but at this moment, it jumped out and bit the golden meat. Instantly, a piece of it was bitten off. The toad ate it and cried out excitedly, "Is this the Golden Crow's meat? This is the first time I've eaten it." The dark red divine dragon said in disdain, "You're just a toad. Aren't you a vegetarian? How dare you eat meat?" As he said that, he started eating. Whitey also threw away the spirit fruits and started pouncing on the meat. The people from Wushuang City were even more impatient. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and eat. Don't hold back." Yes, senior brother. These people started sharpening their knives. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu might be peerless beauties, but at this moment their eyes were shining. Lin Xian cut some meat for them. After the two beauties ate, they kept nodding. A group of people was eating heartily. Needless to say, they were very happy, especially the people from Wushuang City. They thought that the world was ending. Now that they were treated like this, they felt like they were dreaming. The toad and Anhong divine dragon were very greedy. They wanted to swallow it all. However, after a few bites, they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies swelled up, and there were many rays of light flowing from their bodies. They looked like they were about to become immortals. Chapter 39:10. Damn, this won't do. I can't take it anymore. As expected of the Golden Crow, Saint King's bloodline. It's really powerful. The two of them hurriedly refined it. Lin Xian and the others also ate a few mouthfuls and began to refine it. The energy contained in it was definitely not to be underestimated. It was even more precious than heavenly treasures. Sure enough, after a meal, everyone's strength had increased compared to before. They could cultivate while eating. They were probably the only ones in the world. After all, no one dared to eat golden crow meat, let alone the golden crow prince's meat. After eating half of the huge roasted meat, everyone could no longer eat anymore. One by one, they burped their bodies overflowing with light. Lin Xian took out some spiritual wine and shared it with everyone. As he spoke, he drank it. Lin Xian said, "Next, it's time to get down to business. Although we killed the Golden Crow Prince and defeated the Golden Crow tribe, there are still many powerful holy cities. Moreover, I found 5 great halls in the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 great halls each contain different laws. I think it should be a trial. Later, we'll go there and take a look. Everyone can choose a hall that suits them and go in for the trial." Everyone stayed for another 2 days. When they were almost done digesting, Lin Xian put away the remaining golden roasted meat. Then, the group set off towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The others had also discovered that there were indeed treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, those treasures were sealed by countless array formations. It was impossible to break them in a short period of time. Moreover, no one knew what was sealed inside. If they spent a lot of effort and found nothing inside after opening it, the loss would be great. Therefore, these people did not rashly break the seal. Instead, they searched the entire Roland's Golden Palace. Other than the innermost depths, which they could not enter, they had searched the surroundings. They found some remnants of spiritual liquid on the stone platform that contained a powerful aura. However, the items were all gone. Damn it! It must have been Lin Wudi who took them. These experts gritted their teeth. In the end, they went crazy because they found that everything that had such stone pillars and bowls had been snatched away. Lin Wudi had really taken them all for himself. No wonder his strength had increased so much. They gritted their teeth and continued to search. When they discovered the existence of the 5 great halls, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The news quickly spread, and everyone knew about it. In an instant, the 5 great halls of the great sage city. Even Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others. This place was really mysterious. The experts and saints who had arrived were astonished. They looked at the 5 palaces with excitement in their eyes. There was a stone tablet at the entrance to each of the 5 great halls. Ancient words were carved on it. Everyone to read it. The Heaven Palace should be a law of nature, such as wind, thunder, rain, and other laws of nature. The Earth Hall should be a plant type and animal type nomological law. The Human Hall was one's own laws, such as physique, bloodline, and so on. The Yin-Yang Hall was even easier to understand. It should be a type of Yang law and a type of darkness type law, both of which could be found there. As for the Hall of Life, everyone was confused, until a sword will expert walked forward. He was surprised after sensing the changes. My sword will seems to be affected. I can refine it here. Could it be that I can refine some rare will? For example, the sword will, the saber will, and some other special will. That's great. Except for a few will, I can find the corresponding hall to cultivate the rest of the will. Everyone was excited. More and more people gathered here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also moved. When they arrived, it caused a lot of exclamations. Lin Wudi had arrived. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. Demon City, Lei Xincheng, and the New Moon clan were the same. They all looked serious. After Lin Xian arrived, he glanced at them. He did not make a move. Instead, he stared at the 5 great halls. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon, Northern Demon, Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, and the others also looked over curiously. Previously, they had already explained the situation here. However, now that they were here, they still felt an unusual aura. Which hall do you want to go to? This represented a different law. I think the Earth Hall is more suitable for me. The Northern Demon looked at one of the halls. His eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, he had the body of 10,000 demons. Moreover, he had the sky-piercing divine tree. Going to the Earth Hall was the most suitable choice. I want to go to the human hall. The dark red divine dragon was also very excited. He was a dragon. His bloodline was very strong. He wanted to go to the human hall to evolve. Li Hongxiu's eyes shone. I can go to several halls. I don't know which one to go to first. Murong Qingqing also said that she could go to several halls. However, she decided to go to the human hall first. She had the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. That was a super bloodline that was not weaker than the dragons. Therefore, she also wanted to go to the human hall to strengthen herself. Then I'll go to the Yinyang hall first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He had already planned this. He already had the Tai Chi art. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of death. Now, he wanted to comprehend the law of birth. This way, the power of the Tai Chi art would be even more terrifying. Shi Sui Tianqin and the others were also excited. They began to look around and make decisions. In front of them, some people were already preparing to attack. A few figures instantly pierced through the void and rushed over. However, they were bounced back. Their blood was boiling and they felt dizzy. What's going on? Can't we go in? The people around them were stunned. If that was the case, they were happy for nothing. Next, they tried again and found that they were all bounced back. What's going on? These people were roaring crazily. Even Lin Xian and the others frowned. I don't believe it. Let me try. An expert could not help but walk out. Unparalleled light burst out from his body. He quickly charged towards one of the halls. He was heading towards the Sky Hall. This time he succeeded. He disappeared. Did he succeed? The people around were all stunned. They were all extremely shocked. There were no restrictions in the Sky Hall. Let's go in. Let's go. They turned into a torrent and rushed in. However, they were all bounced back. They roared at the sky. Why? Why could he go in? Humph. That person has the heavenly path golden lotus. Do you have it? At that moment, someone spoke. The others were also stunned. Could it be that there were special conditions? Let's go and try. Another person with the heavenly path golden lotus walked towards the Earth Hall. As expected, there were no obstructions. Heavens! Could it be that the ticket to enter is the heavenly path golden lotus? We don't have it. The heavenly path golden lotus was formed by 3,000 Tao flowers. Most of them did not have it. Chapter 39:11. Some of them screamed, I have one, but I've already exchanged for something. Indeed, some of them had a heavenly Tao golden lotus or close to it, but they had all gone to the bronze gate to exchange for treasures. Therefore, there were very few Tao flowers on them now. Humph, who said there weren't any? Weren't there so many fat sheep here? Someone's eyes shone with a cold light. He directly attacked and killed a few people. Instantly, the number of Tao flowers on him increased rapidly. Damn it, how dare you! The battle instantly became chaotic. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he frowned. Quickly go and form the heavenly Tao golden lotus. With your strength, you should be able to get it quickly. Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, and the others nodded. The northern demon and the dark red dragon's eyes also flashed as they prepared to find opponents. However, the people from Water Sky City smiled bitterly because it would be much more difficult for them to get the heavenly Tao golden lotus. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be targeted by others. I have a few sets of array formations here that can protect you. There are also 2 sets of offensive array formations. Take them. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After receiving them, they were extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, go and find your opportunities. Don't worry about us. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. You should hurry up too. We'll meet up later. With that, Lin Xian rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the Yinyang Hall. Lei Zhen snorted coldly and rushed towards the Sky Hall like a thunder god. The 9 Qilins went to the Earth Hall, and the crown prince of the star-moon race went to the Hall of All Life. In an instant, the experts all moved. Lin Xian entered the yin-yang hall and found that it was a space of its own. The yin and yang qi in the world rotated from time to time, but it was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was the area where yin and yang mixed. On the left was the area of yang, and on the right was the area of yin and yang. After arriving, he roughly sensed it. He prepared to go to the yin and yang area to strengthen the law of death. Then he would go to the yang area to comprehend. Not only him, but some other experts also came in. After all, everything could be divided into yin and yang. Those experts all wanted to obtain good fortune here. Some of them immediately retreated when they saw Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had killed the Golden Crow's 7th prince in a domineering manner. He was in the limelight, and these people did not dare to provoke him. Of course, there were also a few mysterious experts who thought that they were not afraid of Lin Xian, but they did not want to fight with him for no reason. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing. Of course, just because they didn't attack Lin Xian didn't mean that they wouldn't fight with each other. Not long after, there were people fighting over a place to cultivate, and a great battle broke out. Those were 2 young men. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When they attacked, they could destroy the heaven and earth. Fortunately, this place was incomparably miraculous, so it was not destroyed. However, that terrifying energy still caused the people in the distance to feel their scalps go numb. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." At this moment, a coquettish voice sounded. The people nearby were shocked. Who was it that dared to provoke Lin Wudi at this time? They all looked over. At the next moment, they exclaimed. They saw a mysterious woman in a black dress walking over. She was wearing a veil, but there was an indescribable charm to her. "It's you." Lin Xian was shocked at first. He looked at the woman in black in front of him and revealed a look of surprise. He had seen this person before. When he was on the demon planet, he had seen her when he stole the treasure. He didn't expect her to be here now. Lin Xian asked, "I wonder what was in that box of yours back then?" The woman in black smiled. This was a secret, so she couldn't say it. She blinked her eyes, which were filled with endless charm. Lin Xian shrugged. "All right, let's change the question. Which saint city are you from?" "Young Master Lin, don't you know?" The woman in black was surprised. Then she said, pitifully, it seemed like young Master Lin didn't take her seriously. Lin Xian was speechless. "Big sister, I just met you, okay? I didn't even have the chance to find out." At this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Demoness, bewitching people with lies. Then a ray of light came down. This ray of light was like a crescent moon, bringing with it an endless cold aura. Even Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he dodged instantly. The woman in black laughed and turned into a black mist to dodge the attack. At the next moment, she appeared on the other side. She frowned and said, "You're really haunting me." Lin Xian also turned around. Then his expression was a little strange. He saw another familiar face. The surrounding people were even more shocked. "Oh my God, isn't this the princess of the new moon race? Why is she here?" And she even attacked the woman in black. The person who came was Gao Yu. At this moment, her exquisite face was filled with coldness. She stared at the woman in black. She said coldly, "Give it back to me." "Sister, that's not right. I got it, so it's naturally mine. How can I give it back to you? You got it with despicable means." Gao Yu shouted and attacked again. The 2 of them started fighting. Lin Xian, who was at the side, was surprised. What kind of thing could make Gao Yu fight with her life on the line? What surprised him was that Gao Yu should have gone to the Sky Hall. Why did she come to the Yin Yang Hall? After thinking about it, Lin Xian ignored it. Instead, he started to comprehend the laws around him, to cultivate his death laws. Just like that, 10 days passed. The number of people in this area gradually increased. The battle outside should have reached its climax. Many people had formed the Heaven Path Golden Lotus, so they started to enter. He wondered how Murong Qingqing and the others were doing. He guessed that they should have entered by themselves. As more and more people entered, more and more battles broke out. On the 13th day, someone finally exclaimed. A mysterious white bone was discovered in front of them. It caused a huge battle between experts. Even Lin Xian could feel the terrifying commotion. There's something good. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian stood up and stopped cultivating. He took a look and saw that the woman in the black dress and Gao Yu were still fighting. The two women were evenly matched. Lin Xian sighed. There was no need for them to be so stubborn. They no longer paid any attention to the two beauties. With a flash, they quickly flew into the distance. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge palm slapped over. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The bodies of a few people in the space instantly exploded, letting out miserable screams. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. The same thing happened to him. Who was it that wanted to kill him? It wasn't targeting his palm. It was killing him without limit. Anyone in this area would be attacked. This attack was too ruthless. Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palm and summoned the immemorial golden crow to meet the attack. With a boom, it pierced through the light palm. Endless laws danced and flickered. Lin Xian completely left the attack range of the palm. Then he looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned and his eyelids twitched. Chapter 39:12. This was because he realized that the one attacking him wasn't an expert, but a creature that already existed in the Yinyang Hall. It was a piece of grayish-brown stone, with a gloomy and cold aura coming from it. He was the one who took the photo. What was that? A beast? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, the other party wasn't weak. He was at least in the mid-stage of the fifth heaven. The Yinyang Hall was too mysterious. Even the stone had cultivated into a spirit. It seemed that he had to be careful. Lin Xian dodged the other party and continued to fly forward. When he arrived, he realized that the battle had already ended. Those people had fought into the distance. There was a lot of blood flowing in the surroundings, as well as broken arms and limbs. Obviously, it was extremely intense. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura shot towards him from all directions. In an instant, it enveloped him. Lin Xian felt his blood turn cold. Someone dared to attack him. He snorted and activated the law of death to block the chilling aura. Then he looked in all directions. There was no one around, but there were 5 ghost heads in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that attacked him relentlessly. Do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The law of death transformed into chains and charged in all directions, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 ghost heads. A look of surprise appeared on his face. These 5 ghost heads were actually able to block his attack. Who was it? This was unbelievable. One had to know that he was extremely powerful now. Only the chief disciple could fight against him. Other than that, the others were no match for him. He was surprised that a human could block his law of death. Which holy city's chief disciple was this? Who was it? Come out. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian snorted. There was no sound in the sky. The attacks of the 5 ghost heads were even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt cold all over. He snorted and slashed a ghost head in half with the death demonic saber. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. He swept in all directions. Not long after, he slashed another ghost head in half. At this moment, a chilling voice sounded in the sky. As expected of Lin Wudi, you're really strong. However, you're definitely going to die today. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-robed man with a strange aura. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't the chief disciple, but an old man. He was an expert of the older generation. What was even more shocking was that the other party's cultivation aura had reached the late stage of the 5th celestial layer. His cultivation base was even higher than that of an ordinary chief disciple. Most of them were chief disciples, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the 5th heavenly layer. However, they were able to fight against those of a higher level. Their strength far exceeded those of the same level. Of course, there were also a few chief disciples whose cultivation was at the late stage, fifth heavenly layer, but Lin Xian had yet to see them. This old man was the first person he had seen who was at the late stage of the fifth heaven. Kid, go to hell. The old man took out a black demonic banner and waved it non-stop. Countless ghosts and evil creatures flew out in a frenzy. The ghost laws on them made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted. People from the Demon Island Palace. He saw a demon head drawn on the other party's wrist. He should be from the Demon Island Palace. Yes, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved the death demonic blade and cut through the sky. This blade was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. The black banner rolled, and the laws filled the air. Heaven and earth were completely split apart, and some ghosts were also torn apart. However, several powerful, ghostly beings managed to block them. Useless kid. Although you're strong, my cultivation base is much higher than yours. Even some of the chief disciples are not my match. Just you? Go to hell. The old man laughed sinisterly. Previously, he had hidden in the dark and used insidious methods to injure many experts of the holy city. Now that he met Lin Wudi, he felt that it was an opportunity. The other party was a fourth heavenly layer saint, and he could fight against those of a higher level. This meant that the other party must have a treasure on him. If he could kill the other party, then the treasure would be his. He waved the demonic banner crazily, and the ghosts around him kept flickering, blocking the other party's death aura. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. The ghost's laws formed 4 hell dogs, roaring between heaven and earth. The old man's laws were too powerful. The whole world shook violently. A great battle broke out, shocking everyone. The people in the distance looked over. It was the old man from the demon palace. Some of them were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, they were tricked by this old man and almost lost their lives. They were all experts of the holy city, and they almost died. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. They didn't know who was fighting with this old man. It didn't matter who it was. They all had a miserable ending. Damn it, this place should have restricted the age. Yes, it was too abominable to let these old bastards in. Indeed, although these old men weren't minor saints, their cultivation bases were higher than theirs. Moreover, they were experienced, rich, and had all kinds of magical treasures. It was a headache for these young people. However, no matter how much they had a headache, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly fate star only restricted the cultivation base. Even some minor saints could suppress their cultivation base and enter. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. That aura, wasn't that the death demonic blade? It was Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi was fighting with this expert from the demon palace? Everyone was shocked. Do you think Lin Wudi can stop him? Everyone knew that although he was strong in the younger generation, compared to these old monsters, he was still weak. Don't worry. Even if Lin Wudi can't defeat them, he can still escape. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and cold. He admitted that this old man was very strong because he had lived for several thousand years. He had endless means. However, he still couldn't do anything to him. He didn't only have the law of death. He took out the great destruction spear. His body bloomed with light, and sword chi flew out, turning into a demonic dragon that danced between heaven and earth. He directly slaughtered all of the ghostly beings. The great dragon, Sword Soul, roared. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, killing all the ghosts. Damn it! The old man's pupils constricted. Originally, he had suppressed Lin Xian, thinking that he could kill him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian still had such a terrifying sword chi. He felt that his demon flag was trembling, as if it couldn't bear the power. He quickly fled. He fled! That old monster from the demon palace actually fled. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudi was too strong. Wanna run? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He controlled the sword light and looked at the old man. The old man in front was depressed. To be honest, although he had fled, he wasn't really defeated. It was very difficult for the old man to kill him. However, being chased by such a person made him feel bitter. Chapter 39:13. The old man was being chased. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. After all, he had to be careful at all times. He couldn't even get some treasures anymore. Damn, brat, are you crazy? Don't you want to look for opportunities and treasures? Humph, if I kill you, I'll definitely have a lot of treasures on me. Lin Xian sneered behind him. His speed increased again. The old man was so scared that his scalp went numb. Damn it, he's really a lunatic. He regretted provoking the other party. In the end, he was chased for 2 days. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He had no choice but to say, "Oh my God, I'll give you whatever you want. Let's talk, okay? I want your life." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man was furious. He said that 2 days ago, a piece of white bone appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that it might be the bone of the Sage King or the Great Sage. Don't you want to cultivate? I've seen it up close. Although that piece of white bone is only the size of a palm, it's engraved with strange runes. It's formed by the interweaving of the Great Tao. It's very likely that it's a secret technique. If you don't make a move, it'll be snatched away. There's no hurry. There must be many people fighting over that thing. It won't be a problem to kill you and then snatch more. Lin Xian didn't give up. Then I can only run while throwing treasures in an attempt to attract the other party's attention. Many treasures flew out. I'll give them all to you. Although these treasures were good, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. Moreover, he could shoot out some sword qi and transform it into a giant dragon to pick up those treasures. In the end, the old man had no choice but to throw out an item. This item can stop you in your tracks. After the old man threw it out, he immediately used a mystic technique, tore through the void, and disappeared. Lin Xian wanted to chase after him, but he stopped. He realized that the aura on that item was extraordinary. It was a box. It was square in shape. It wasn't big, but it was engraved with Tao patterns and had a seal on it. The aura that came out of it made one's hair stand on end. This thing isn't bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the old man was really willing to spend a lot of money. He grabbed it and then landed below, ready to watch. The seal of the Great Tao on it was very profound, but Lin Xian was also an expert in this Tao, so he studied it for 2 days. He tore a corner of the crack. However, in the next moment, he felt a shock. The black light spread out in all directions, and Lin Xian formed a suit of armor to block it. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. He wondered what was inside the box. The box was very small, only half the size of a palm. It was hard for him to imagine what was inside. He took out the spear of great destruction and used it to pry open the lid of the box. It gave off a black light that swept out in all directions. Instantly, the entire world boomed out. Some of the people in the vicinity were so scared that their scalps went numb as they ran for 30,000 miles. Lin Xian had black Qilin tattoos all over his body, and the Qilin phantoms covered him. At the same time, he activated his divine body to block the aura. He looked ahead with a doubtful expression. There was something black inside. It looked like mud. He checked it 3 times and found that it was indeed black mud. However, it was too terrifying. Why did this mud feel like it could destroy all things? He guessed that if a little sane encountered it, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Good stuff. Lin Xian closed the lid and resealed it. A smile appeared on his face. If he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he would directly slap them in the face. It would definitely be a peerless trump card. After Lin Xian put it away, he rushed into the distance. He chased after the white bone. When he arrived, he frowned. He found that there was a terrifying aura in front of him, spreading between heaven and earth. There were also countless cracks, and blood was seeping out from them. Obviously, there had been an extremely fierce battle. It seemed that more than a dozen strong cultivators had died. Suddenly a weak voice rang out. Was someone still alive? Lin Xian turned his head and found a figure among the corpses. Only half of his soul was dim. However, he still survived. You're still alive. Lin Xian struck out the law of 5 elements. The law of wood among them shone brightly, allowing the other party's soul to recover a little. However, there was nothing he could do. This person was too seriously injured. It would be difficult to save him. Who got the white bone? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The person glanced at Lin Xian. Great Demon King, leave quickly. This is a trap. A trap? Lin Xian frowned. That person's soul was very weak. He said that he was right. I don't know who spread the fake news that the bone contains supreme divine powers. It caused countless people to fight over it. After a fierce battle, we found out that it was fake. Secretly, someone wanted us to kill each other. That person's soul was intermittent, and in the end, it was completely extinguished. Lin Xian stood up, sank the ground, and pulled the real corpse in. Then, his face became incomparably cold. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that someone had already begun to set up a trap. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Fortunately, he was chasing after that old monster from the Fiend Palace and didn't make a move in time. Otherwise, he might have been tricked. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Lin Xian rushed into the depths of this area. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate again. Beside him, a formation flickered. A golden lotus was revolving around him. The entrance ticket to this place was a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Lin Xian originally had 2. After paying the entrance fee, there was only 1 left. This heavenly Tao golden lotus could increase his comprehension efficiency by a lot. After comprehending for about a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected of the Golden Palace, cultivating here was simply twice the result with half the effort. It could shorten the time by dozens of times. During this month of cultivation, his law of death had become even more condensed. However, he had also reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult to take another step forward unless he had a major breakthrough or a heaven-shaking opportunity. Lin Xian planned to go to another place to comprehend. In the Yin-Yang Palace, apart from the cold power, there was also the power of Yang. He planned to go to the opposite area to comprehend it. The power of Yang, for example, was the power of Yang. The law of would also contain the power of Yang. His divine body was the 9-Yang divine body. It was the purest Yang. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't weak in this aspect at all. However, whether it was the power of wood or the power of fire, they were all compatible with the 5 elements. If they were to be compatible with the law of death, it would be a little chaotic. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate a new law here that would be compatible with the law of death. He turned into a stream of light and shuttled to another area. Here, the light was boundless. All kinds of power of Yang suppressed his law of death. It seemed that the saints who cultivated the cold power would be suppressed in this hell. Chapter 39:14. For example, Lin Xian's divine 9-Yang body had been suppressed before. Now that he was here, his divine 9-Yang body would no longer be suppressed. In fact, his strength would increase. There were many people in this area. As soon as Lin Xian arrived, he saw many people turning into streams of light and flying into the distance. Lin Xian stopped one of them. That person was very angry. How dare you stop me? When he saw that it was Lin Xian, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Demon King, I didn't provoke you, did I? He was a little frightened. Lin Xian asked, What are you going to do? That person said, It's said that the blood essence of the primordial golden crow has appeared. We're going to snatch it. With that person ran away. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. The blood essence of the primordial golden crow was too unbelievable. The golden crows were originally a powerful race. It was said that they lived on the sun. Nothing was more masculine than the power of their blood. The primordial golden crows must have been left behind by extremely terrifying experts after their deaths. Their blood contained the power of the purest Yang, and that was exactly what Lin Xian needed. Lin Xian went over. What an unexpected surprise. It seemed that more than one Golden Crow expert had come to planet Tianming. After all, the Golden Crow seventh prince had obtained a lost primordial technique. Lin Xian rushed over and found that many people were fighting. They were fighting for a cave abode. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. It was Lin Wudi. He actually came too. In this battlefield, everyone who was fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. All of them had cold expressions. Should they join forces to get rid of him first? Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement. They looked at Lin Xian with cold, killing intent in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's strength was very strong, and it made them fearful. At this moment, they wanted to join forces to get rid of him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just the two of you? There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not your turn to behave atrociously here. A figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a surging aura. Thunder God City's expert. A late 5th heavenly layer expert. Wang. The old man spread out his fingers, and a vast amount of thunder energy shot towards Lin Xian. On the other side, a middle-aged man appeared. A crescent moon appeared behind his back, releasing an incomparable radiance. He also threw a punch, and the moonlight in the sky burned. Both of them were experts of the older generation. They were saints at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Their strength was unparalleled. Wang. Lin Xian coldly snorted as his 9-yang divine body blossomed with light. He did not use the power of death. Instead, he used the power of flames. Lin Xian attacked with overwhelming divine flames. His fists transformed into golden crows, and they weaved between heaven and earth as they clashed with the two experts. Fists and legs collided, and the sound of clanging resounded in all directions. The surrounding people all retreated. Looking at this scene, all of them were bewildered. This Lin Wudi was so strong, but could he contend against the older generation? Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this too unbelievable? These people were all crazy. Indeed, these late 5th heavenly layer experts were even stronger than the chief disciple. This Lin Wudi was actually able to contend against 2 of them. It was really shocking. The 2 older experts who attacked also had gloomy expressions. They felt that the other party's physique was too strong. It was as if he had endless power. How could it be like this? The other party was already so terrifying. They could not believe it. In fact, even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. To be honest, he had no problem contending against one. 2 should be more strenuous, or even impossible to contend against. After all, the strength of a late 5th heavenly layer was simply incomparable to a middle 5th heavenly layer. However, he did it. Lin Xian was surprised to find that his 9-yang divine body's power had greatly increased in this place. This was the Yang region. The 9-yang divine body was the peak representative of the Yang power. Therefore, his body had a great increase in power here. Even the power could be multiplied. Great. This place was equivalent to his cultivation realm increasing. Therefore, he could contend against them. Old thing, how is it? Aren't you 2 very powerful? You're only SO now. Lin Xian smiled. He felt that he had no worries and could fight. Kid, what kind of physique do you have? The elder from Thunder God City stopped and asked with a cold expression. On the other side, the middle-aged man from the New Moon clan also had a solemn expression. Golden light bloomed like a god. There were not many people with this kind of yang physique in the ancient path of the starry sky. From what I know, there should be sacred physique, tyrant physique, ancient battle physique, and 9-yang divine body. Which one are you? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. These were the peak physiques, existences that could sweep through the heavens. Lin Wudi actually had such a special physique. No wonder he could contend against the Golden Crow clan and the 9 Qilins. It turned out that the other party had also cultivated a super physique. Take another guess if you have some knowledge. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and the golden flames on his body burned fiercely. His entire person turned into a sun war god. In fact, at this moment, 9 halos of light appeared on his body. They were like 9 suns that illuminated the entire area. This is 9 Yang divine body. The elder from Thunder God City's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This is a super physique, even stronger than the Thunder Spirit physique. The other party actually had such a strong physique. On the other side, the expression of the New Moon Clan's expert changed greatly. Sure enough, it's those super strong physiques. No wonder you can contend against us. If I'm not wrong, your strength should increase exponentially here. The surrounding people were also going crazy. It turned out that Lin Wuti had the 9 Yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 2 peak saints' faces were gloomy. You're too arrogant. So what if you have the 9 Yang divine body? Your cultivation is too weak. Even with the addition of strength here, you're not our opponent. These 2 were both late-stage, 5th celestial layer. They usually laughed arrogantly. At this moment, how could they be scared off by a young man? The New Moon Clan's expert opened his mouth and spat out a crescent moon, which spun rapidly. Everyone was horrified to find that it was not an illusory shadow, but a real crescent moon. This person couldn't have really refined a moon, right? Some are horrified, some screamed. This is a saint tool. Moreover, it's a high-grade saint tool among the moons. That's right, it's indeed a high-grade saint tool. Its power is boundless. On the other side, the elder from the Thunder God City also opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a pagoda. The 9-story Thunder Pagoda is also a high-grade saint tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, as expected of an expert of the older generation. His strength and trump cards are unimaginable. Chapter 39:15. Such a powerhouse, coupled with a sacred artifact, could single-handedly defeat everyone. Now that the 2 of them were attacking together, would Lin Wuti be able to block them? Very well, you 2 old things go all out. I hope you won't disappoint me. I will use you guys to improve my god body further. Lin Xian let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered, and the golden flames on his body swept across the sky. At this moment, facing the 2 powerhouses, he attacked forcefully. 2 large golden palms appeared in the sky, as if they were the hands of the heavens, and slapped forward. Kid, you're courting death. The 2 of them were furious that the other party still dared to attack. Since that was the case, they would send the other party to hell. The middle-aged man's eyes bloomed with light. The moon above his head obliterated the void, like a demonic disk that could destroy the world and press down. It collided with the golden palms. The golden palms sank smoothly. This power was too terrifying, but soon it rushed over again, competing with the moon in the sky. On the other side, the 9-story pagoda descended like a divine pagoda, piercing through the 9 heavens. The golden palms were sent out again. The 2 collided, emitting endless lightning and fire. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The strength of these 2 experts was too strong. What made them even more frightened was Lin Xian's physique. He could actually catch a high-grade, sacred artifact with his bare hands. Was this guy even human? Was this the 9 Yang divine body? As expected of a legendary physique. Apart from Lin Wuti, no other young person could do this. Lin Xian was indeed incomparably powerful. He was invincible as he fought against the 2. On his body there were 9 halos. 4 of them were very real, like 4 suns that revolved around him. The other 5 were illusory light shadows. However, the light was also dazzling. After the 9 Yang divine body reached greater mastery, one could form 9 suns to fight with. It was already very impressive that Lin Xian could form 4 of them. After all, the 9 Yang divine body was extremely difficult to cultivate. No one had reached greater mastery in tens of thousands of years. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. The 2 powerhouses, the saints were also shocked. They roared angrily, and the high-grade saint artifacts in their hands shone with extreme brilliance as they unleashed shocking attacks. The golden hand was blasted back, and so was Lin Xian, who had crushed the larger hand. His qi and blood churned as the 9 suns revolved around him. Everyone was shocked. They did not know if he was injured. "Brat, you are very strong, but you are still unable to contend against us." The 2 of them wielded high-grade saint artifacts and were extremely powerful. So what if it was Lin Wudi? So what if it was the 9 Yang divine body? Today, they would slaughter the other party and turn him into the dust of history. A high-grade saint artifact is indeed powerful, but do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. A terrifying demonic aura surged out and filled the area. Thunder God City's older generation expert sneered. "So it's a demonic weapon. It's suppressed here. What do you have to compete with us?" Even in a one-on-one fight, the other party was already suppressed, let alone when the 2 of them fought together. "Is that so? You'll see soon enough." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't say anything else and quickly made his move, courting death. The 2 people on the other side also charged over. The battle broke out once again. However, this time, Lin Xian suddenly took out a pagoda and blasted it towards the old man from Thunder God City. Boom! As soon as the pagoda appeared, heaven and earth rumbled, and the surroundings trembled. "You want to contend with me?" The old man from Thunder God City roared. He held 90% of the lightning pagoda in his hand and was extremely powerful. However, in the next moment he trembled. His 9-layered lightning pagoda was actually suppressed. In fact, he was enveloped by the pagoda and was completely sucked inside, disappearing. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. What was that pagoda? One had to know that the 9-layered lightning pagoda in the hands of the old man from Thunder God City was a high-grade treasure. However, it still could not block a single attack. It was hard to imagine what kind of trump card Lin Xian had in his hands. What Lin Xian took out was naturally the Great Sage Pagoda. He first used the Great Sage to pin down his opponent. Then he held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and charged towards the middle-aged expert from the New Moon clan. The middle-aged sage was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to subdue someone in an instant. He was shocked. But so what? He had unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Kill! With a roar, moonlight surrounded his body, emitting endless sound waves that destroyed everything. On the other side, Lin Xian's body also bloomed with golden light. Monstrous flames swept across the sky and dyed the Great Destruction Spear golden. At this moment, it didn't look like a demonic weapon at all. Instead, it looked like an endless divine weapon. It was extremely powerful. Boom! The monstrous flames surged like a divine fire and enveloped the New Moon clan's expert. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out. He used the 9 Yang divine body, the 5 elemental laws, and even the great dragon sword soul and unparalleled secret skill. He was too powerful. One strike. The middle-aged sage from the New Moon clan vomited blood and was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The pain almost made him faint. At the same time, he was stunned. How was it possible? How could he be seriously injured with one strike? I don't believe it. He activated the secret skill of the Star Moon clan, and his broken body healed. The moon above his head kept moving up and down, emitting a sacred light. Bright moon palm. The bright moon hung in the sky. His palm emitted a bright light as if it had turned into the palm of a god. He slapped forward fiercely. This was the secret skill of the Star Moon clan, coupled with an upper sacred artifact. Its power was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Lin Xian used many secret skills to resist the attack. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. They seemed to have turned into statues as they watched in a daze. Was this really a battle between two sages? Why did it seem like a battle between two gods? Even some of the older generation figures had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi had grown to the point where they could no longer suppress him. Unless a few of them joined forces, it would be difficult to fight against him alone. Boom! In front, the middle-aged man from the Star Moon clan exchanged 3 blows with Lin Xian. Then his body broke apart and he let out a miserable cry. His soul drove the upper sacred artifact and quickly escaped. Lin Xian grabbed a golden lotus from the middle-aged man's body and smashed his broken body again. He snatched the middle-aged man's storage ring. As for the soul and the upper sacred artifact that escaped, he did not chase after them. After all, the middle-aged man still had the strength to fight. He should deal with the Thunder God Elder first. With a wave of his hand, the great sage Pagoda released the middle-aged man. The old man's eyes were red. Although it was only a short time, it made him break down. No matter how he attacked, he could not escape. This shocked him. What grade of sacred artifact was his opponent? Now that he was out, he roared to the sky, "Join forces and kill him." However, to his surprise, his companions had already disappeared. What was going on? When he felt the sage blood and the broken body of the other party, the old man's eyelids twitched wildly. "Where is he? Don't tell me you killed him?" The old man was terrified and asked in bewilderment. Chapter 39:16. That's right. Do you want to go down and accompany him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape, not daring to fight anymore. Not to mention Lin Wudi's strength that shocked him. Just the pagoda that trapped him previously made him despair. How could he dare to continue fighting? Want to leave? Lin Xian reached out with a large hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed the heavenly Tao golden lotus on the old man. The old man roared angrily. How dare you? He was really angry. Even someone as strong as him only had 1 golden lotus left. If it disappeared, then the speed of his comprehension of laws would be greatly reduced. How could he be willing to accept this? Want him or want your life? Choose for yourself. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. However, when he saw Lin Xian want to use the pagoda again, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Here, kid, just you wait. I will get my revenge. In the end, he gave up the heavenly Tao golden lotus and chose to save his life. Lin Xian had 2 more golden lotuses on his body. He felt that his laws were circulating rapidly. It seemed that he was cultivating on his own again. This feeling was really great. He looked around, wanting to seize more Tao flowers. The surrounding people were already prepared. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly retreated frantically. Although treasures were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. 2 fifth firmament late-stage experts with high-grade artifacts in their hands were unable to do anything to each other. Needless to say, it was them. Lin Quan retracted his gaze and looked at the cave abode in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of light and entered. The surrounding people retreated into the distance, but they did not leave. After all, this cave looked incomparably mysterious, and they did not know what treasures there were. But thinking about it, it was definitely extraordinary. So these people were waiting to see if there was any chance. After Lin Xian entered, he found that the cave abode was filled with all kinds of formations and restrictions. It was very dangerous. He began to patiently crack them. This showed that there were definitely treasures in this cave abode. Half a month later, some of the people outside had left, some were still waiting, and there were also new people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. On this day, 2 figures flashed past quickly. "Grandpa, there are so many people here. There must be treasures." Of the 2 figures, one was an old man, and the other was a man in his 20s. However, what made everyone's eyes pop out was that the old man actually called the young man Grandpa. This was truly inconceivable. Damn it. Then how old was this young man? Could it be an old monster? Damn, it might be a living fossil. Even such a person had come in. It was not a living fossil, but it was more than 2,000 years old. I know him. He's from the Peacock race. Peacock Sage. The origin of the Peacock clan was definitely not ordinary, not to mention an old monster that had lived for nearly 3,000 years. Grandpa, wait here. I'll ask around for you, the old man said respectfully. Then he flew over with 5-colored light on his body. He asked coldly, were there any treasures up ahead? The surrounding spectators were unable to withstand this aura at all. Thus, they recounted everything that had happened in detail. After the old man returned, he said, Grandpa, I've checked clearly. Indeed, there are treasures. However, someone has already beaten me to it. Should we kill our way in? Who is it? The man stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. The old man said, it's Lin Woody. He defeated 2 level 5 saints and took the cave abode. Lin Woody, is it him? The peacock man's eyes flickered. Then he looked at the cave abode. There was a burst of 5-colored light in his eyes. Then he sneered. So it's him. No hurry, let's wait outside. There are many arrays in this cave abode. It's very troublesome to crack them. Why don't we let this kid crack them for us? When he comes out, we'll kill him and the treasures will be ours. Are we going to take advantage of the situation? Grandpa, that's a good idea. The old man laughed. Then the 2 of them waited there. This wait lasted for 2 months. Many people were impatient and were ready to leave in search of other treasures. Inside the cave abode, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been cracking the arrays day and night for 2 months. Finally, he tore open the array formation and walked inside. The great Tao intertwined in front of him, and multicolored light shone. Among those streams of light, there was a golden light that was incomparably dazzling. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that the golden light was a page of scripture. Could it be a supreme technique? Lin Xian was overjoyed and reached out to grab it. It caused endless flames to jump. Dazzling flames erupted from the golden book and swept toward him. Lin Xian felt a stinging pain and horror. It's too strong. One had to know that his divine body was the most masculine and the 9-yang divine fire could destroy everything. But at this moment, the flames in front of him could hurt him. How astonishing was the power of this attack! He snorted coldly, and the golden palm became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great dragon's sword soul roared, and the power of the palm increased again. In the end, Lin Xian kept triggering the unparalleled secret technique and finally stimulated the power of 5 times. His palm was like the hand of a god. In an instant, he grabbed the page of the golden book. Then he pulled it out of the light. The page of the golden book struggled, but it immediately calmed down when it came out of the light of the great Tao. The light on its body was also restrained. Lin Xian held it and could feel the weight of this page of scripture. It was too heavy, as if it was 100,000 mountains. What kind of metal is this? He looked at it carefully, then knocked on it forcefully, causing countless flames to jump. Could it be the legendary sun metal? This was an extremely precious metal, a material to refine supreme sacred artifacts. At this moment, it was used to write records. It was hard to imagine what kind of secrets it contained. However, in the next few days, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. No matter what methods he used, nothing appeared on it. This even made him suspect that it was just a piece of metal and had no other use. However, he felt that something was wrong. He could always feel an inexplicable aura. It was obvious that there was something recorded on it. But how could he get it? Lin Xian thought about it, but he couldn't think of a way. Damn it! That old man Black Mountain wasn't here. Otherwise, he could ask him. Black Mountain had experienced a lot, so he might know. However, there was no other way now. He could only rely on himself. Lin Xian thought of something, and that was the Shuwu Divine Furnace. The Shuwu Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious, and there were many treasures inside. Until now, Lin Xian hadn't studied it thoroughly, but he could grab a few treasures from it. If he threw this thing into the Shuwu Divine Furnace, Would it be able to refine a treasure? Chapter 39:17. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. In any case, he had no clue. He directly took out the Void Divine Furnace. This Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious. Its aura was not weaker than the Great Sage Pagoda. However, it could not be used to attack. Lin Xian threw the page of the scripture in. The Void Divine Furnace emitted an endless aura of chaos. The page of the scripture did not disappear. Instead, it floated in the chaos. Suddenly, it erupted with a brilliant light. The entire cave abode was illuminated. Lin Xian jumped. The aura that suddenly appeared in the light was too terrifying. It was as if a sun had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to be roasted. What was this thing? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He discovered that many patterns had appeared on the page of the scripture. It was like a supreme great Tao that carried a monstrous aura. It was as if divine flames were jumping one after another. Lin Xian did not know what it was. However, he knew that it was definitely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the power of yang energy contained in it was too violent. That's great. I can use this to cultivate the laws. Moreover, I can also improve the power of the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged to comprehend it. Time slowly passed. Another 3 months had passed. Lin Xian condensed a trace of the law. This speed was too fast. However, there was only one chance. Lin Xian had 3 golden lotuses. His speed was extremely fast. It was comparable to decades of cultivation outside. More importantly, the divine flame that Lin Xian possessed was extremely masculine and masculine. It was as pure as celadone. He was just short of an opportunity to condense the law. Now, this page of the scripture was an opportunity. Therefore, he was able to condense the law in a short 3 months. This law was called the law of the sun. This was an extremely masculine and masculine law. Once it was condensed, Lin Xian felt that his 9 yang divine body had also become stronger. Although he was unable to condense a 5th sun, his power was still a lot stronger than before. More importantly, he could now fuse the sun law and the death law to form a true taiji. However, this step was even more difficult. It couldn't be done here. Lin Xian originally wanted to continue cultivating in one go, but at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Was someone attacking the cave? Forget it. Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian placed a page of scripture into the illusionary divine furnace. Then he put the void wave divine furnace away. He walked outside. Outside, there were indeed people attacking. It was the 2 powerhouses from the peacock race. It was that old man. He couldn't wait any longer. What was this kid doing in there? He had already been in there for more than 5 months. Could it be that he still hadn't cracked the formation? Or perhaps there was a treasure inside and it was eaten by the other party? He couldn't help but want to make a move. At that moment, the peacock man nodded. Make that brat come out. Even if he ate some kind of heavenly treasure, I will still drink his blood. After receiving the order, the old man attacked without hesitation. Terrifying light burst forth, forming a terrifying bombardment. As a result, the surrounding people all gathered over. The people from the peacock race really couldn't hold back and were about to make a move. It had been more than 5 months, almost half a year, and Lin Wudi still hadn't come out. No one would be able to endure it. If it was outside, it wouldn't be a problem to wait for 100 years. However, this was the destined bride. They couldn't stay here for too long. Wasting 5 months was already a great waste. Indeed, the destined planet opened for a very short period of time. According to past experience, the shortest was 3 years and the longest was 8 or 9 years. This period of time was nothing to the saints. It could be said that it was very short. Therefore, on the destined planet, these people were crazily plundering resources. One had to know that comprehending a law outside, or even improving it by a little, would take hundreds or thousands of years. However, here, their time could be shortened by dozens or hundreds of times. For example, Lin Xian could use a page of the scripture to condense a law in 3 months. This was something that could not be done in the outside world. Lin Wuti, get out here. Not only did that old man attack, but he also roared crazily. The cave abode trembled more and more violently. At this moment, a figure walked out from inside. Who is making a big fuss here and disturbing my cultivation? Lin Wuti. It was Lin Wuti who came out. The people in the distance stopped fighting for treasures. Instead, they stopped and looked over. They were incomparably shocked. What benefits did this Lin Wuti obtain? Why do I feel that his aura has become even more terrifying than before? You are Lin Wuti? The old man's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He quickly got over. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain inside? Show me. Are you robbing me? Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the old man. Then he glanced at the young man not far away. He snorted coldly. Old man, are you tired of living? You want to bring your grandson here to broaden his horizons? However, I have to say that you really don't know what's good for you to target me. Hearing this, the corners of the people in the distance twitched. The atmosphere was extremely strange. The old man was also angry. You're courting death. How dare you be disrespectful to my grandfather? Lin Xian was also stunned. This young man was the old man's grandfather? He could not believe it. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He knew that in the world of cultivation, one's appearance could not be used to estimate one's age. Old age meant that one was old, but that did not mean that one was old. For example, some people looked like a teenager, some looked like a middle-aged man, and some looked like a young man. The means of the saints were extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to change their appearance. He glanced past the old man and looked at the young man standing behind him. Then a cold light shone in his eyes. This person gave him a very dangerous aura. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the peacock man also spoke. Since he was not cooperating, then let's do it. Yes, grandfather. The old man quickly nodded. Then an unparalleled light burst out from his body. A 5-colored sickle quickly formed. It carried a terrifying energy. With a slash, the law overflowed and illuminated the sky. This strike was capable of destroying everything. The people in the distance were terrified. This old man's strength was not weaker than the chief disciple. He had some strength, as expected of an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. However, so what? The old man's strength was comparable to the young chief disciple. Now, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. He was still not afraid. The golden hand, with golden law, swept in all directions. Lin Xian used the law of the sun in an instant. He wanted to test the power of this new law of the sun. Chapter 39:18. In an instant, the world was illuminated. Even the people in the distance were blinded. Damn it, what kind of light is this? It's too bright. I can't look straight at it. Has Lin Wuti become stronger again? These people were terrified. It had only been a short time, and the other party had become stronger again. This speed made them despair. In addition to the resplendent light, they also felt a monstrous heat wave as if a sun had descended beside them. It made their bodies hurt. Their bodies were about to split open. Boom! The sun law blasted on the 5-colored scythe. A monstrous fire burned fiercely and quickly blocked the saber. How was this possible? The pupils of the peacock race's elder constricted. His saber could easily split apart a top young prodigy. However, it was easily blocked by the other party. This person's strength was above his expectations. As the two of them fought, power surged. In the end, Lin Xian's sun law was too powerful and directly burned the elder. Half of his body was ignited. He frantically retreated. A 5-colored light appeared on his body and kept sweeping out, trying to extinguish the flames. However, it took him a lot of effort to suppress it. Then his eyes were filled with deep shock. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Why do I feel that his 9 sons' divine fire has become stronger? That's right, it carries the power of the laws. Has he comprehended a new law? These people were extremely shocked. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, her pupils constricted because Lin Xian had attacked again. This time, Lin Xian used the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes. Of course, he used the great dragon sword soul to evolve it. Its power was extremely terrifying. The 9 suns' divine fire and the sun law. The 4 immemorial Golden Crows spun in the sky like 4 suns descending from the heavens. The terrifying heat wave caused the old man to scream miserably. He could not hold it in anymore. This power was too difficult to resist. You want to seize my fortune. Let's see if you can live to do so. Lin Xian attacked again. The old man from the peacock race finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His body exploded and burned madly. "Grandpa, save me." He let out a miserable cry for help. Wang. At the back, the man who had been silently watching the battle suddenly had a piercingly cold light explode from his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a 5-colored ray of light which went into the hole. He enveloped the old man's shattered body and soul and brought them out. So powerful. The spectators were all stunned. The 4 golden crows were like paper in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. Even Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This person was a little too frightening. It was fortunate that he knew that the other party was not a young man. Otherwise, he would have thought that it was one of the people on the pilgrim rankings who had made a move. "Kid, hand over what you've obtained, and I'll spare your life. I treasure geniuses very much," the man said coldly. It was rumored that there was the blood essence of the immemorial Golden Crow in there. Based on his tone, it seemed that he could kill Lin Xian if he made a move. "You're overconfident. You may be powerful, but here, you're at most a late-stage 5th heaven. It's no big deal. You want my treasure. Let's see if you can live to take it. It's a pity that such a top genius is going to fall here today." The man from the peacock race sighed and shook his head. Wang. He made a move. As he took a step forward, the nomological laws on his body swept out wildly, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This person was really too powerful. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure, but in the next moment he roared and his body bloomed with a golden light. The nomological laws of the sun burned fiercely. He was like the sun god of war, charging forward forcefully. The entire world was completely illuminated. No one could see at all. They could only hear a thunderous sound. Obviously, the 2 of them had already engaged in a great battle. There were also some top experts who had extremely cold light in their eyes. That was the light of runes. They wanted to forcibly observe the battle to capture the 2 figures. They saw that Lin Xian's body was burning with the sun god fire. He was like the sun god, emitting a terrifying aura. He collided with the man from the peacock race. These people felt their hair stand on end, because the power that Lin Xian displayed was too terrifying. Basically, no one could stop him. However, the man from the peacock race blocked him. Not only that, but he also made a strong move. The 5-colored light on his body surrounded him. He was like a Dharma god, causing Lin Xian's body to tremble continuously. Lin Xian was forced back, but he rushed over with an even more violent power. The 2 of them collided in the blink of an eye, exchanging more than 1,000 moves. In the end, 9 suns were still circling Lin Xian's body. 4 of them rushed into the house, and the shadow of a dragon and a qilin appeared. He forcefully forced the man from the peacock race to retreat. He stood in the void like a Dharma god. The man from the peacock race did not attack again. His expression was extremely serious. Behind him, the old man who had recovered his body was even more dumbfounded. His grandfather was forced to retreat? That was unbelievable. One had to know that his grandfather was almost 3,000 years old. His strength was extremely terrifying, but now he was forced to retreat by a young man. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. The man from the peacock race looked even more gloomy. A violent aura surged from his body. It was obvious that he was going to use his killing move. However, at that moment, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky from the distant horizon. Then it quickly disappeared. Several powerful auras rushed over from the horizon. A rare treasure had appeared. "Kid, you're lucky. Let's go." The man from the peacock race waved his hand and brought the old man with him. They turned into a 5-colored stream of light and rushed into the distance. It seemed that he was going to fight for the rare treasure. In his opinion, the essence blood of the primordial golden crow had been eaten by Linwoody. He would return to kill Linwoody after he obtained the rare treasure. He would refine Linwoody's blood. That would also be very effective. Hence, he was not in a hurry. Let's fight for the rare treasure first. Let's go and take a look. The onlookers were also shocked. Although they might not be able to obtain it, they still wanted to see what kind of rare treasure could cause such a phenomenon. Lin Xian also looked into the distance. He turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the distance. Now that his strength had increased greatly, how could he not go after the rare treasure? Although the Inyang Hall was only a hall, it was like a world inside. It was boundless. This region of the astral sun was also extremely vast. In the distance, some experts were dumbfounded. A blood-red 8 trigrams appeared above their heads. Chapter 3919. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be in a cold and gloomy area, but it appeared here. If they had sensed it, they wouldn't have been surprised. The blood-colored light carried a scorching aura as if it could burn everything. People arrived one after another. When they arrived, they were also incomparably shocked. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, many experts of the holy city had fallen here. In the sky, the blood 8 trigrams were dyed red, and the ground was dyed red by the blood of these saints. These saints were all saints who cultivated the laws of fire and light. Their saint blood contained incomparably terrifying power. At this moment, when they gathered together, it was truly terrifying. The surrounding people hid and watched because there were a few people fighting in front of them. The power was like a vast ocean, so they didn't dare to approach at all. One of them had a head of golden hair and a sharp gaze. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed in all directions, splitting a few fifth heaven saints apart. That terrifying power made people think that the Golden Crow Prince had revived. However, when they looked, they realized that it wasn't him. Although the other party also had a pair of golden wings. He wasn't from the Golden Crow clan, but from the 1,000 Demon City. It was a golden rock, and his strength was unparalleled. On the other side, a woman held a long sword, and flames danced all over her body. Her strength was equally terrifying. After killing a few 5th celestial layer experts, she and the Golden Rock started fighting. Could it be that the people of the 1,000 Demon City had an internal conflict? These people were shocked. They discovered that the fiery red woman seemed to be a demon beast as well. She seemed to have the phantom of a fire phoenix on her body. Could she be from the Phoenix clan? Everyone's scalps went numb. That fire phoenix wasn't from the 1,000 Demon City, but from the 1,000 Swords Pavilion. The 1,000 Swords Pavilion was also one of the holy cities. Moreover, the sect was filled with sword saints who used sword techniques. Their strength was terrifying. Therefore, everyone was from the 10,000 ancient races, but they belonged to different holy cities. At this moment, they really didn't show any mercy. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner, but in the end, they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other, so they retreated to one side. Other than that, there were also some experts watching the battle. They didn't act rashly because they realized that the blood 8 trigrams in the sky didn't seem to be activated yet. However, it seemed that it was about time. More and more experts arrived. Suddenly, a stream of light streaked past, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Who were they? They felt that this 5-colored light was really too terrifying. They all looked over and saw 2 figures appear there, a young man and an old man. The 5-colored divine light on their bodies seemed to be the light of the peacock race's bloodline. Could they be two great cultivators from the peacock race? These people discussed animatedly. The golden rock and the fire phoenix also cast their gazes over, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. The peacock clan's strength was incomparably terrifying. This time, not only were there people from the younger generation, there were even more experts from the older generation. In the face of a peerless treasure, they would not show any mercy at all. At this moment, another golden light streaked across the sky and turned into a man. Like the sun god of war, he stood in the void. When the two people from the peacock race saw this, they snorted coldly. How dare they come here? The old man gnashed his teeth. As for the peacock man, his eyes shone brightly. This time, he would definitely capture him. The others also looked over. Who was that? He was so handsome and extraordinary. Soon, someone's eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, could he be Lin Wudy? Was it really him? As expected, the other party was also here, and from the looks of it, he wanted to snatch the treasure. Oh no, our chief disciple is not here. Some people from the sacred city had ugly expressions. Don't be afraid. Although the chief disciple is not here, the experts of the sacred city are here. They are not afraid of him either. Some people's eyes shone with piercing cold light. Indeed, there were quite a number of mid-stage fifth heaven and even late-stage fifth heaven experts. They were definitely strong enough to contend against the other party. Damn it, Lin Wudy. Among them, there were 3 figures with flames burning on their bodies. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Those were the people from the Golden Crow race. They hated them. Previously in the Golden Palace, their 7th prince was killed by someone, and most of their people died. Only a small number of them escaped. They did not expect to meet the other party again here. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. In the distance, a figure also shouted coldly, "You are Lin Wudy. You dare to kill the 9-headed Qilin. Come and let me send you to hell." The one who spoke was the golden rock. The golden saber in his hand was emitting a piercing, cold light. As an expert of the 1,000-demon city, how could he let Lin Wudy go? The other experts of the sacred city were also gritting their teeth. Lin Wudy had killed many experts of the sacred city. Now that they saw him, they naturally wanted to kill him. Lin Xian looked disdainfully at the 8 barren lands, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Whoever is not convinced and wants to fight, step forward. I will deal with him now. The sun law on his body burned fiercely, blooming with incomparable brilliance. Damn it, damn it. Feeling the aura on Lin Xian's body, the surrounding people vomited blood in anger. Damn it, the other party's strength had increased again. It was really infuriating. Kid, don't be arrogant. If my grandfather goes all out, you will definitely die. The old man from the peacock race gritted his teeth and said he was seriously injured by the other party and couldn't wait to kill the other party immediately. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and sneered. You have lived for so long, but even I can't defeat you. How dare you still have the face to be here? Hurry up and get lost. The peacock race was powerful, but so what? They were just tied. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Grandfather, kill him. The old man vomited blood. The man's voice was cold. He would take the other party's life later and observe the situation first. His eyes were fixed on the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the 8 trigrams in the sky with a look of surprise. The yin-yang 8 trigrams. He was too excited. This thing was definitely very important to him. He had to get the secret inside. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity. However, a few days later they were surprised. The blood 8 trigrams suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. Oh no, he is going to escape. Chase him. We can't let him escape. These people were anxious. After waiting for so many days, how could they let the other party escape? These people attacked crazily. The speed of the blood 8 trigrams was too fast, surpassing everyone. Even Lin Xian couldn't keep up with it with the Kuin Pung movement technique. They could only look at the other party's red light from afar and chase after him. After chasing for a few days, they stopped. They realized that the blood 8 trigrams had stopped. However, this area was no longer the Yang region, but the Yin and Yang region in the middle. There was both the power of Yang and the power of Yin and Yang. The blood 8 trigrams emitted light, and the Yin and Yang qi rose and fell in the middle, turning into a Yin and Yang fish. After some experts saw it, they couldn't help but sigh. The power of Yin and Yang was too mysterious. Chapter 39:20. That's right, very few people can directly control this kind of origin energy. It's said that some ancient stars have yin-yang sect that can control this kind of origin energy. It's just that our second star realm doesn't seem to have it. Several Holy Cities experts were discussing in low voices. Don't even think about it. This kind of energy can only be found in the buried Emperor star or the origin star. Apart from that, it's very difficult to find it anywhere else. We can only cultivate some related energy, but we can't directly cultivate this kind of origin energy. Lin Xian, who was listening on the side, was also incomparably astonished. He thought of the yin-yang sect. It's a holy land of the true spirit world that can use this kind of yin-yang energy. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but now it seems that it's really amazing. After he left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path, he rarely saw people using this kind of origin energy. Now that he heard the words of these Holy Cities experts, he was even more astonished. It seems that besides the yin-yang sect of the true spirit world, only the legendary buried Emperor star has such an unparalleled sect. Apart from that, there are also primal chaos energy and spatial energy. These kinds of peerless abilities are also very rare. He doesn't know when he'll be able to go to the buried Emperor star to take a look. Moreover, he also has a trace of longing for the true spirit world. After leaving that world for so many years, he wondered what it had become. Would it enter an era of martial Tao prosperity due to the revival of the 10,000 ancient races? However, once one stepped on the ancient starry sky path, it's very difficult to turn back unless there's a special opportunity. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts because there are experts flying over from the distance. These people are flying over from the yin-yang region. When they arrived at the yin-yang region, they looked at the blood 8 trigrams in the sky and cried out in alarm. This is an incredible fortune. In the surroundings, Hua Feng, Jin Peng, and the others' expressions were incomparably gloomy. It seems that their opponents this time have increased. Many experts came from those yin-yang regions. Some of them made them feel apprehensive. Lin Xian also saw Gao Yu and that mysterious woman in a black dress. The appearance of these two peerless beauties attracted countless gazes. The two beauties also looked at the blood 8 trigrams with a trace of astonishment. This group of people was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon is absolutely precious. Great, they were going to be rich this time. Everyone, I think it's necessary for us to first work together to eliminate some people. Someone stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Yes, I agree, I also agree. The people from both the yin and the yang sides all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Some of them were glowing like fire gods. Some of them had cold and gloomy auras like demons. However, these people were all working together to suppress Lin Xian. Attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He smiled. He was just worried that these people would not dare to make a move. Since that was the case, he would not be lenient. The solar laws flew out, opening and closing, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Boom! A sun exploded, and the bodies of several saints were set ablaze and burned to ashes. Cries of agony could be heard. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked disdainfully at Ba Huang. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens! How did Lin Wudi's strength become even more terrifying than before? Killing these fifth heaven, saints, was no different from chopping cabbages. Gao Yu was surprised. Could it be that this guy's strength had increased again? It was really unbelievable. She realized that she could not keep up with his pace. As the favored daughter of the heavens, she could not believe it. The mysterious woman in black beside her also revealed a look of surprise. This person was really incredible. "Kid, do you want to die?" At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the one who roared was the Golden Rock. At this moment, the Golden Rock's body was filled with killing intent. He was really angry. Among them, the other party had killed many of the Demon City's experts. Damn it, the other party had even taken away a few of their corpses. What did the other party want to do? Coupled with the fate of the Golden Crow clan, there was no need to think that the other party would definitely take them out to make delicious food. How could he endure it? "Kid, get over here and die." He roared, and the saber light on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire sky began to tremble, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding people were terrified. Heavens, this Golden Rock was really too powerful. This was a powerhouse of the previous generation, right? His strength was so strong that he could sweep through everything. Many people swallowed their saliva. The eyelids of those older generation figures also twitched wildly. Not only was this person's laws powerful, his bloodline and physique were even more terrifying. In the sky, those golden saber lights intertwined, forming a wave that instantly charged towards Lin Xian. The people around Lin Xian fled, frantically leaving behind a vacuum. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his fist and smashed out. The sun law erupted, turning into golden crows that circled between heaven and earth, directly sending those golden saber lights flying. His body was also incomparably powerful. Do you want to make a move? I haven't eaten a roasted Golden Rock yet. The surrounding people were stunned. Such a terrifying saber light could sweep through everything, but it could not hurt Lin Wudi. Wasn't the other party too strong? He had already surpassed the ordinary chief disciples. There were probably not many people who could suppress him. There was a hint of surprise in the Golden Rock's eyes. He had heard that Lin Wudi could defeat Lei Zhen's 9-headed Qilin. He was very strong, but so what? He was not a disciple of this generation. He was a powerhouse of the previous generation. Why would he be afraid of a young newcomer? However, when he attacked now, the other party's strength surprised him. Could it be that the other party's strength was not weaker than his? This made him unable to believe it. The Golden Rock's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He had some ability. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, you are still not my match. Now get over here obediently and kneel down. I'll give you a quick death. What big words. Who do you think you are? Can you beat me? However, I'm very interested in you. If you don't want to die a horrible death, turn yourself into a skewer and wait for me to enjoy. Facing the other party's threat, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He even shouted back. The surrounding people were all stunned. He was really a foodie. However, thinking about what kind of scene it would be to challenge the Golden Rock, they did not dare to imagine. This Lin Wudi was in danger. The Golden Rock was stronger than ordinary chief disciples. I reckon that there will be a great battle next. Some people had already quietly retreated and distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. Sure enough, the Golden Rock was so angry that his entire body trembled. No one dared to treat him like this. Even Lei Zhen and the 9-headed Qilin did not dare to. Good boy, you have guts. I'll kill you later and see if you have the courage of a bear or a leopard. Chapter 39:21. However, the moment he attacked, he felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the 1-pound Huafeng was eyeing him covetously. Damn it, could it be that this woman wants to attack secretly? Thinking of this, the Golden Rock was shocked and did not attack rashly. After all, his peerless enemy was the Huafeng. Whether it was strength or bloodline, the other party was not weaker than him. If the other party sneaked an attack on him when he was killing Lin Xian, it would be a disaster. He did not attack. Therefore, he did not make a move. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't attack? Why? You don't dare? Are you really afraid of becoming a barbecue skewer? Don't worry, I'm a very merciful person. I won't kill you. Cut off your wings and give them to me. I'll make 2 barbecue wings, and I'll spare your life. Brat, go ahead. I'll make you wish you were dead later. The golden rock gritted his teeth in anger. This brat is too detestable. We must avenge our highness. The few people from the Golden Crow race said coldly. In this place, there shouldn't be that mysterious expert interfering, right? Then, he must be killed this time. 2 Golden Crow experts stood out. Their eyes were red. This time, they must kill the other party. The 2 of them attacked with peerless divine abilities and quickly charged over. The surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that the people from the Golden Crow race really wanted to take revenge. Lin Xian sneered. If you still dare to come, then go to hell to search for your highness. He attacked forcefully, and the laws of the sun illuminated the area. Beside him, illusions of suns appeared one after another, bobbing up and down. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Boom! After an intense battle, the 2 Golden Crow experts screamed miserably. One of them was charred black. There was a burnt smell in some places. The other expert was blasted apart by a punch. The 2 of them screamed miserably and fled in panic. The surrounding people were stunned. He's too strong. Even the 2 Golden Crow experts were no match for him. No wonder he could kill the Golden Crow Prince. Do you still want to leave? Lin Xian used the solar laws to unleash the ancient Golden Crow's 4 strikes. For immemorial Golden Crow phantoms appeared in the sky and enveloped the 2 Golden Crow experts. Then, energy exploded and the 2 were completely annihilated. Everyone went crazy. This was really a huge irony. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe had died under the Golden Crow unique skill. This was a crazy slap to the face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Looking at the bloody mist, he shook his head and said, I already told you that you are not my match, but you didn't listen. If that's the case, then go to hell. The surrounding spectators felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king. They definitely couldn't afford to offend him. However, in the next moment, they screamed because they discovered that someone else had made a move. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to make a move at this time? What they didn't know was that the person who made the move was surrounded by a black aura, as if he was the grim reaper from hell. He attacked forcefully. His terrifying and cold aura was rarely seen in the surroundings. What kind of person was this? Everyone retreated in fear. Lin Xian was also stunned. This person was very strong and he even concealed his aura. Could it be that he was afraid of being discovered? Lin Xian sneered as his solar laws shone brightly. You dare to fight me? Lin Xian's solar laws illuminated the area. It burned all the cold aura. That pitch-black person didn't say anything, but the killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. His palms kept forming seals, and the cold aura around him quickly condensed. The law of darkness kept roaring, condensing into a headless night. It was too terrifying. It was as if he had walked out of the abyss of hell. The knight waved his long sword and slashed down with the law of the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that this ability was really too strong. However, he was only shocked, but not afraid. As he opened and closed his hands, countless seas of fire appeared. There were also countless golden crows floating in his hands. They carried the monstrous sun and moon as they charged out. Terrifying power kept colliding, shattering all directions. Neither side was suppressed in this shadowy area. Therefore, the attacks were unparalleled. After hundreds of moves, Lin Xian roared and shot out a golden fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and directly whipped that person, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist on that person's body trembled violently. However, it was soon covered up again. However, there were still some people who saw the other party's true appearance. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What? It was actually him. It was too unbelievable. How could such a person be injured? They were too shocked. The black figure was also extremely shocked. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. A long sword, a long spear, a wild saber, and a pagoda floated around him, emitting a desolate aura. A law weapon? Heavens! This person actually condensed so many law weapons. What was he trying to do? Incredible. Once these law weapons were released, no one would be able to resist. They were not weaker than 4 sacred artifacts. Exclamations sounded one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. Then he sneered. The law of death condensed in his left hand, forming a wild saber of death. The law of sun condensed in his right hand, forming a sun god sword. The saber and sword slashed forward together. 2 completely opposite laws appeared on the same person at this moment, causing the surrounding people to exclaim, "Kill!" The 2 roared and attacked each other. Monstrous light engulfed the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people kept retreating. It was too violent. Wherever the 2 of them passed, nothing could stop them. Damn it, who is this person? How can he fight Lin Wuti to this extent? The young geniuses were shocked. However, some of the older generation snorted coldly. What do you know? It's Lin Wuti who can fight with him to this extent. That's shocking. Do you know where this person came from? He came from the depths of planet Tianming. What? Is he one of those young master's subordinates? As expected, they were also here. Some people knew the inside story and were extremely shocked. Apart from those on the pilgrim ranking, who else could enter the depths of celestial fate? These people should be the subordinates of the experts on the pilgrim roll. Although they were subordinates, they were extremely terrifying geniuses. Their strength was even stronger than the chief disciples, because they were not from the same era. When such a person appeared, the older generation experts would have to retreat. But now, Lin Wuti was fighting more and more fiercely. It was really unbelievable. This Lin Wuti was too heaven-defying. If he was given more time, it wouldn't be long before he began to attack the pilgrim roll. If one wanted to enter the pilgrim roll, they had to enter the small saint realm first. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified. Everyone discussed as they watched the battle in front of them. In front of them, terrifying laws filled the air, and all kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another. The black figure was beaten back and kept vomiting blood. Damn it, how is this possible? Before he came, he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. But now he was injured, especially at the end, when the death, demonic saber, and sun god sword erupted together, and there was actually a fusion power that scared him out of his wits. He quickly tore open the void and escaped. Chapter 39:22. Had he left? Such a powerful figure had actually been scared away. The surrounding people were all silent. Lin Wuti, alone, was able to suppress everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. He was too strong. Who could resist him when fighting for the 8 trigrams? No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian occupied a piece of the sky by himself and stood there. In the previous battle, he had killed 2 powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe, but they didn't have many Dao flowers on them. There were less than 500 in total. He had a look of disdain on his face. A mighty Golden Crow powerhouse was actually so poor. As for the last person, he had run too fast. He hadn't had time to harvest. He had let the other party escape. He guessed that the other party must have mastered a secret escape technique. Under normal circumstances, he would have charged over at top speed. However, he couldn't do it now. He had to obtain the summons from the blood 8 trigrams. Even so, Lin Xian's 3 heavenly Dao golden lotuses were still very eye-catching. Many people swallowed their saliva in envy. After all, Lin Xian was just standing there. He didn't need to cultivate. The nomological laws on his body were being tempered every second. This was the effect of the heavenly Dao golden lotus. In the end, even the golden rock was jealous. "Kid, Give me your heavenly Tao golden lotus, and I'll spare your life. Sure, give me your 2 roasted wings in exchange. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. You're courting death. The golden rock was really angry. The long saber in his hand slashed down. It seemed that he was ready to make a move. The terrifying golden saber light suddenly expanded like a golden bolt of lightning. It descended from the sky, surrounded by monstrous killing intent and terrifying nomological laws. Boom! On Lin Xian's palm, the solar nomological laws revolved. He struck out with his palm and hit the golden saber light. There was a thunderous sound and the void collapsed. The 2 of them were evenly matched in this exchange, and both of them took 2 steps back. Interesting. Let's try again. Lin Xian laughed and struck out with his palm again. It was like a world that swept forward. The golden rock opposite him was completely enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He didn't intend to hold back anymore. Even if the fire phoenix attacked, secretly he was fearless. He had to kill him. The golden saber in his hand slashed in all directions. An astonishing battle began, blasting heaven and earth apart. The people around them were stunned. They didn't expect that the 2 of them would start fighting just because of a disagreement. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian used the law of the sun to form a sun sword. Holding it in his hand, he continuously clashed with the golden saber. The golden sword and golden saber set off endless waves. The resplendent light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. These 2 people were really too strong. Even the fire phoenix had a serious look on her face. She considered the golden rock to be her greatest enemy. And now, Lin Wudi was able to fight with the golden rock to such an extent. Didn't this mean that he already had the qualifications to contend with them? The others were also incomparably shocked. This battle had lasted for over 1,000 moves. The entire place was in chaos, and no one knew who would win in the end. From the looks of it, it would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they fought for 10 days and 10 nights, there might not be a clear winner. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, at this moment, the blood 8 trigrams in the sky suddenly spun. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out in all directions. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were completely mobilized, forming a yin-yang fish in the center of the blood 8 trigrams that kept spinning. Heavens, could it be that the blood 8 trigrams was about to change? It was very likely that a peerless creation was about to be activated. At this moment, everyone was excited. The 8 strange runes on the blood 8 trigrams were emitting a mysterious light. The surrounding people were completely boiling. They didn't know where the blood 8 trigrams came from, but there must be a supreme creation inside. These people's bodies were rapidly spreading out, and all kinds of divine abilities and sacred artifacts appeared one after another. As long as there was a chance, they would attack regardless of everything. The 8 runes on the blood 8 trigrams became more and more obvious, as if they were about to jump out of heaven and earth. Soon, it won't be long before the blood 8 trigrams really opens. When that time comes, we can rush in. The eyes of those saints were red. At this moment, Lin Xian and the Golden Rock were still fighting. Both of them were fighting with all kinds of divine abilities. Every attack was filled with monstrous power. The Golden Rock naturally felt that the blood 8 trigrams was about to completely open, so he was a little anxious. He wanted to kill his opponent as soon as possible. "Kid, I don't have time to play with you. Go to hell." The aura on the Golden Rock's body surged and shook the surroundings. The saber in his hand became even more piercingly cold, like a heavenly saber. The nomological laws on it were incomparably sharp. They kept slashing down, forming a sea of golden saber light. Lin Xian's eyes were also emitting a piercingly cold light. He wanted to get the thing inside the blood 8 trigrams. Buzz! The sun sword in his hand was like an immortal light that swept between heaven and earth. The 2 of them kept fighting here, causing the surrounding people to not dare to get close. Damn it! These 2 are not going to fight their way in, are they? They swallowed their saliva frantically. The young geniuses were on the verge of breaking down. Lin Wudi's current performance had completely surpassed theirs. Even some of the older experts felt their scalps go numb. This young man was too amazing. His future achievements were limitless. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, Lin Xian activated his unparalleled secret technique, and his strength exploded out 5 times. The sword struck the golden long saber. The golden rock's hand trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his palm, and the saber was sent flying. His entire arm turned into ashes. Blood mist filled the air, dyeing the void red. With a muffled groan, the golden rock was sent flying. The surroundings were in an uproar. The golden rock was injured. How strong was Lin Wudi? He must have used an unparalleled secret technique just now. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so much in an instant. The saber swept across the sky and fell to the ground, causing the ground to sink and crack. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. That saber was definitely a superior grade treasure. If they could snatch it, many people had such thoughts. Why? How dare you have designs on my treasure? Do you want to die? At this moment, the golden rock shouted coldly. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of them gave up, but some of them sneered. It was a good opportunity. One of them took out a huge cauldron and directly covered the area in front of him. Countless seals appeared on the cauldron as if it could seal a world. The other person also unleashed a powerful attack. It was a palm, and on its 5 fingers there was an extremely powerful seal. That was the 5-kill seal. There were also people who took out array flags. In short, there were 5 or 6 experts who used laws to hide their true appearances. No way! There's really someone who dares to have designs on the golden rock. Although the golden rock was powerful, those who could come here were not weak, especially some of the older experts. They didn't have a chance before, but now that they had a chance, how could they let it go? Chapter 39:23. You're courting death. The golden rock roared and waved his hand. The golden saber suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying light, instantly sending 2 nearby powerhouses flying. One of them was cut in half at the waist. The other person had his head chopped off. The others were also sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. Do you all want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The golden saber flew back, but it was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian made his move. He would not let the other party hold the saber again. The golden saber was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Lin Xian said, "Whoever wants it, go ahead and take it. I'll stop this person." Damn, is Lin Wudi going to fight the other party to the end? Everyone was shocked, and some of them swallowed their saliva. Humph, Lin Wudi, you're courting death. The golden rock roared and formed a seal with his palms. The golden saber emitted an incomparable light, and he charged towards Lin Xian. Even without the saber, the golden rock's strength was extremely terrifying. He spread his wings, and the golden wings on his back slashed down like 2 heavenly sabers. The power was not weaker than before. Even his claws and feet were unparalleled. They were like a torrential rain that rained down in front of him. Lin Xian held his sword in one hand and clenched his fist in the other to resist. The 2 of them fought in close combat until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At that moment, Lin Xian slashed at the other party's head with his sword and punched the other party's heart with his fist. The power of the attack was boundless, and it could definitely destroy the other party. The golden rock's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to spit out a shield. It was a very simple shield with many cracks on it. In a hurry, he blocked in front of him. With a clang, his chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the shield did not shatter. At that moment, the golden rock revealed a cruel smile. Die. The wings on his back spread open, and 2 golden feathers flew out. The golden rock's true feathers. These 2 feathers were too powerful. They were simply divine weapons that could kill. Lin Xian also felt his blood run cold. Lin Wudi, let's see what you're going to do. The golden rock laughed sinisterly. There was no way the other party would be able to block these two attacks. No one under the Minor Saint realm would be able to stop him, let alone the other party. Not good that Lin Wudy is in danger. The surrounding people jumped back crazily. Just this aura alone was enough to make me unable to block it. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If they were hit, it would be hard to imagine. Even the 9-yang divine body would not be able to block it, unless Lin Xian was a little saint or had the same cultivation base as his opponent. But now, Lin Xian's cultivation was a whole realm lower than his opponent's. It was simply impossible for him to block such an attack. Lin Xian felt an extreme sense of danger. He wanted to activate the space escape technique and escape. However, he did not do so. He rushed forward. The law of sun on his body burst out with light. He was operating it to the extreme. He resisted the 2 feathers head-on. With a puff, the 2 feathers pierced through his law and nailed Lin Xian's body. Puff! The feathers penetrated his body. Blood flowed out. The blood carried a golden radiance that pierced through heaven and earth. Not good, Lin Wudy was injured. Was it true? Even the 9-yang divine body could not block it. These people exclaimed. Some of the older generation experts shook their heads. They had long guessed that this would be the result. Was he going to lose? Hua Feng shook her head. It seemed that it was indeed impossible. His cultivation base was too weak compared to theirs. Even if he could block it for a while, his trump card was still lacking. The golden rock saw that his killing move had succeeded. He looked up to the sky and laughed. What Lin Wudy? What divine body? You can't even withstand a single blow in front of me. You are not my opponent at all. He strode over. The aura on his body was extremely strong. He wanted to take advantage of his victory and finish off Lin Xian. When he arrived, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart was beating wildly. Not good. He quickly retreated because he discovered that the 2 golden feathers that pierced Lin Xian's body suddenly flew out. They turned into heavenly swords and charged at him. Damn it, how was this possible? This was his divine ability. How could the other party control it? Stop right there. He roared crazily, but he discovered that he had only blocked it for a moment. The speed of the feathers did not slow down. Moreover, the distance between the 2 was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden feathers slashed his body. With a puff, his 2 arms were cut off. Ah! The golden rock roared at the sky. The pain made him go crazy. His severed arms fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 2 wings on his back were also pierced. Blood dyed the 9 heavens red. What? How is this possible? What happened? Why was the golden rock injured? Wasn't Lin Wudy already defeated? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that there would be such a shocking reversal in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Lin Wudy had pretended to lose so that the golden rock would be careless and then counterattack? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudy was too confident. Lin Xian activated his divine body. The power in his body surged and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed the severed arm. Then he curled his lips and threw it away. It turned out to be 2 claws. I don't like to eat claws. I like to eat wings. Next time, I'll chop off your wings. Lin Xian stared at the other party, his eyes shining. The golden rock opposite him was so depressed that he vomited blood. Damn it! How was this possible? He was actually injured. Although both of them were injured, the other party was obviously slightly injured. On the other hand, he had lost 2 of his arms. Although he could recover, it was a great humiliation to him. Damn kid, I underestimated you. You actually know such a divine ability. He was really surprised that the other party suddenly controlled his divine ability. His severed arms grew back and shone even more brightly. His eyes were extremely cold. Just now I was only careless. You caught me off guard and managed to injure me. Now I know about this strange divine ability of yours. What are you going to use to injure me next? Is that so? You can try. My trump card is more than that. However, I'll definitely break your wings next. Lin Xian looked eager. He had eaten the golden crow, but he had not tried the roasted golden rock. This time he had to try it. However, at this moment, the 8 trigrams above his head suddenly bloomed. 8 mysterious runes, like 8 channels, cast rays of blood-colored light. Has it been activated? The surrounding people were shocked. Charge quickly. Someone dared to charge in. In the end, he found that he had really entered. When the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. They could not fall behind. In an instant, these people moved crazily. Soon, someone screamed, "Heavens, is this the blood essence of a saint? I can feel a surge of energy." The people outside were all crazy. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, and reward. Please support. Chapter 39:24. What kind of treasure would that be? If they could be tempered, their flesh and blood could even improve their bloodline again. These people rushed over crazily. Lin Xian and the Golden Rock did not fight anymore. It was not suitable for a life-and-death battle at this time. The Golden Rock roared, "Get lost, all of you." He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The golden saber that had been sent flying flew back into his hand again. With a slash of the saber, a group of saints was split apart. No one dared to stop them as they fled crazily. Lin Xian also made a move. He reached out his golden palm, grabbed at the void, and then pulled forcefully. The entire void was torn in half by him. A large spatial rift spread into the distance. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Some people wanted to resist forcefully, but they were torn to pieces. Just like that, Lin Xian stepped on the spatial crack and charged in forcefully. After entering, he found a blood pool in front of him. There was some blood in the blood pool. It was incomparably red and emitted a shocking aura. It seemed that it was the blood essence left behind by the ancient saints. At this time, the surroundings were already in a mess. These people were all crazily fighting for their lives. Lin Xian naturally joined in. A large hand in the air directly sent a few saints flying. Then it grabbed at the blood pool. "How dare you!" Someone roared and stabbed at the large golden hand with a spear. The other people also counterattacked crazily. At this time, they did not care about Lin Wuti. If they could not defeat them, they would use all kinds of despicable methods. In short, they could not let him succeed. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's methods. On the golden palm, a black death dharma suddenly appeared and instantly took away the vitality of these people. The others were so scared that they retreated frantically. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He held 6 blood balls in his hand, each of which contained pure energy. Lin Xian took out 6 treasure boxes and put them in. After sealing them, he put them in his storage ring. Then he attacked again. There were simply too many saints around. Furthermore, there wasn't much essence blood in the blood pool to begin with. Now that Lin Xian had taken away 6 essence blood, these people's eyes turned red. Some of them didn't even have one. Get lost. At this time, the Golden Rock and the Fire Phoenix rushed over. There were also some top experts who were in a chaotic battle. Lin Xian tried again, and in the end he managed to kill 3 of them. He didn't attack again because there wasn't much left inside. Furthermore, he had obtained enough. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. This world was truly too mysterious. Was it the world of gossip? The surroundings were hazy, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Damn it, Lin Wuti was too hateful. The surrounding people were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. 9 of them had been snatched away by the other party. What kind of shocking treasure was this? Their eyes were red. At this time, another 5-colored light flew out, chopping off the heads of several people. Damn it, a peerless expert had arrived. It turned out that 2 experts from the Peacock tribe had walked over. The young man from the Peacock tribe was especially powerful. Everyone knew that he was a super expert who was not weaker than the golden rock. Lin Xian ignored the matter of the blood pool and flew forward. He wanted to go to the center of the 8 trigrams because he remembered correctly that there were yin and yang qi there. He wanted to fuse tai chi there. At that time, his strength would definitely increase again. Whether it was the golden rock or the peacock tribe, he would kill them all. At this time, there were people in all directions. Everyone was also charging toward the depths. They all knew that the most precious thing should be in the innermost area. As soon as Lin Xian approached that area, countless attacks were thrown at him. He didn't even see who the other party was. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal. Stellar transposition. The force was sent flying by him. It drew a strange arc in the air and hit his right. Immediately, several screams came from his right. It was obvious that someone had been killed. However, Lin Xian didn't know who it was, and he wasn't in the mood to care. Lin Xian's body shone brightly, and the image of a qilin surrounded him. He strode over like a god fiend. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi. What? He came so quickly? The people around him screamed in horror. They originally thought that Lin Wudi, the golden rock, and the others would be fighting over the blood pool. Could it be that the outcome had been decided so quickly? This person is too strong. We can't get the treasure if he's here. How about we join forces to kill him? Someone in the darkness said. He was hiding in the void, so no one knew who he was. However, the people around him were tempted. If they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Someone nodded in agreement. The person in the darkness made a move. He shot out a ray of cold light. It was a painting of 800 miles of mountains and rivers. This was not an ordinary mountain and river. It could refine a saint alive. It was a powerful saint artifact. The 800 miles of mountains and rivers surrounded Lin Xian completely. As for the others, they quickly attacked. Peerless divine abilities accompanied by the laws quickly descended. Some people also took out saint artifacts and swept through the area. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely submerged. At this moment, more people rushed over from afar. The golden rock came, the fire phoenix came, and the peacock powerhouse also came. When they saw Lin Xian being surrounded, they immediately sneered. Then they sped up. Damn it, these people are all here. What should we do? Quick! Let's join forces to kill Lin Wudi first. The attacks did not weaken. Instead, they became stronger. Lin Xian roared. He directly exploded the void and channeled the energy into the dark void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. These people were not as strong as him in a one-on-one fight, but when they joined forces, they formed a terrifying force. The previous attack had also injured him. He was really angry. He took out the great spear of destruction and erupted with an aura that could destroy everything. The entire void was completely exploded, and a few saint artifacts were completely sent flying. Those divine abilities were also torn apart. Blue sea tide. There was a green light in Lin Xian's eyes. It was emitted and swept in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding saints all hugged their heads and screamed. Retreat quickly. He knew my techniques. The soul attack was really too strong. Some people retreated crazily. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the Heaven Qi divine ability and stared at the person in the darkness. Do you think I can't find where you are? With a single strike, it shook the heavens and the earth, directly knocking that person out of the void. It pierced through his heart. Then it blew his body up. That person screamed. Damn it! A small purple flag fell from his body. This small purple flag was a saint artifact. He originally thought that with it he could hide in the void and no one would discover him. He did not expect that the other party would discover him in an instant. Chapter 39:25. He was no match for Lin Xian at all, so he rode the purple flag and quickly escaped. Boom! The person fled very quickly. In an instant, he had escaped into the distance. He heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering energy directly blew him up. That attack was too powerful. Even his soul could not escape. The purple flag tore through the void and escaped by itself. Was he dead? The surrounding people were shocked. Was it Lin Wuyi who attacked? Lin Xian was also stunned. He was not the one who attacked. He looked into the distance. It turned out that there was an earth-shattering battle in front of him. A peacock man with 5-colored light was fighting with the golden rock. That terrifying attack just now was the explosion of energy from the battle between the two of them. It directly enveloped the escaping saint. That was why he killed the saint. The others also frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. Now, it was not a matter of whether they could snatch more treasures, but whether they could survive in the battle between these experts. Look, what did that man from the peacock race catch? Some people screamed. It turned out that the two of them had already reached the depths of the battle and grabbed a treasure from the Yin Yang Qi. It was a blood-red battle robe that emitted a terrifying aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was a peerless treasure. Some people were horrified. Could it be made from the skin of a saint? Moreover, it was not just one saint, but a group of saints. These people's scalps went numb. If they wore the battle robe, their defense would definitely increase by several times. No wonder the peacock man attacked, and no wonder the golden rock was envious. Hurry up and go inside. There might be other treasures in the Yin Yang Qi. The surrounding people went crazy and quickly rushed over. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dashed over. He did not attack the battle robe. He did not need it. He believed that as long as his divine body evolved again, it would be able to overcome all defenses. What he was looking for was the purest Yin Yang Qi, something that could allow him to form Tai Chi. There were not many people in front of him, but each of them was abnormally powerful. They worked together to tear open the void and rushed in. Get lost! Someone roared angrily and shot out a wave of thunder. On the other side, ghostly energy surged. There was also a sky full of blade light and sword shadows to contend against it. The void in front of him exploded. What kind of pill was that? Heavens, could it be the Yin Yang pill? Someone screamed. They discovered that there were a few pills floating in the void palace in front of them. They were black and white and looked extremely mysterious. This was a pill formed from the condensation of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It definitely contained supreme power. Hurry up and snatch it. The eyes of the experts from the holy city had turned red. In an instant, the mystique nomological laws in their hands became even more mysterious. It looked like they were going to go all out. Scram! Do you think you can take the yin and yang pill with just you? A cold laugh sounded out. Then a big hand slapped down. It was a huge hand that was glowing with multicolored light. There were feathers on it, and it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, several experts were sent flying. Their bodies were all shattered. Damn it, who is it? Who would dare to attack them at this time? These people looked over angrily. In the next moment, they saw an old man walking in the air. The aura on his body was surging. An expert of the peacock race. Some people's scalps went numb. The other party's multicolored divine light was too terrifying. They could not resist it at all. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if it was the peacock race? They could not retreat here, even if it was the heavenly king. A person shrouded in black fog rushed over. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. It was him. He had fought with Lin Wuyi before. Although he lost, he was able to leave calmly. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race also snorted coldly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He used the great peacock mystique and rushed forward. The black figure sneered, and many cold nomological laws rushed out like chains. The two collided, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. The yin and yang pills were enveloped by yin and yang qi. They floated in the air and were unaffected. However, the surrounding saints were sent flying by this force. Half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, get lost. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. The two people in front of them were really angry. However, at this moment, a golden light slashed down from the sky. Yin and yang pills? That's mine. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. What followed was an extremely berserk voice. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was that? He was too powerful. He slashed at two powerhouses with a single saber. It was the Golden Rock. He was here. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race and the black figure also felt their scalps go numb. The saber light gave them a fatal sense of danger. The two of them did not fight anymore. Instead, they retreated frantically. Boom! The saber slashed down, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. No one could stop it. In the next moment, a figure emitting a monstrous light walked out. It was the Golden Rock. He looked down on the surroundings like a god fiend and arrived nearby. Get lost, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Damn it, he was too arrogant. Why? This was not the territory of the Demon City. Some people were not convinced. They were no match for the Golden Rock in a one-on-one fight, but they could take him down together. If you don't want to leave, then die. The saber in the Golden Rock's hand bloomed with incomparable light. The terrifying saber light swept across the surroundings. All sorts of miserable shrieks instantly rang out, rising and falling one after another. No one was a match for the Golden Rock. Even a level 5 powerhouse was split in half by the saber. No one could block that attack. Even the old man from the peacock race felt his hair stand on end. He regretted it madly. The black figure from the depths of the heart of destiny also had a cold expression as he hid in the void. Ha 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 ha. How dare a bunch of trash covet the treasure? The Golden Rock looked up to the sky and laughed when he saw the people around him being beaten up miserably. Who would dare to take the treasure that he had set his eyes on? He strode forward in large strides. At the same time, he stretched out his golden claws and grabbed at the yin and yang pills in front of him. Oh no, he's going to snatch it away. Damn it, that's a creation of heaven and earth. I might be able to condense the laws of yin and yang after eating it. Those people were extremely jealous. However, the saber strike just now had traumatized them too much. They did not dare to go forward now. They were not in a hurry. Such a treasure must have a powerful defensive formation. He could not have broken it so quickly. Some people still had hope in their hearts. However, they soon despaired because the yin and yang aura did not stop the Golden Rock. It only floated in the air, allowing the golden claws to envelop the yin and yang pills. What? There's no formation. Damn it, are we really going to be taken by the Golden Rock? The surrounding people were in despair. The old man from the peacock race also screamed, Grandpa, where are you? Chapter 39:26. The Golden Rock was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to spend some effort to get it, but now it seemed like it was as easy as blowing off dust. Great. He was overjoyed. He got it. He might be able to break through to the Minor Saint realm. At that time, his strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. He would even have a chance to enter the pilgrim list. Buzz. However, at the last moment, a golden crow flew out and blocked his sharp claws. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The Golden Rock was furious. The surrounding people also screamed in horror. Could it be an expert of the Golden Crow clan? Perhaps only the Golden Crow clan dared to fight against the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock was also furious. Was there anyone left in the Golden Crow clan? Wasn't the Golden Crow prince killed by someone? Who was it? How dare they be arrogant in front of him? He turned his head. His gaze was like a golden blade that cut through the void. He was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned, because they found that it was not an expert of the Golden Crow clan, but a person who looked like a Sun War god. Lin Wudi. They screamed. Damn it, this kid's ability was very strange. He could evolve many things. This Golden Crow was evolved by him. Lin Wudi and the Golden Rock were fighting again. Were the two of them going to continue the previous battle? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Rock was completely furious. He attacked aggressively. The golden long blade, the terrifying Golden Rock true feather, and the terrifying defense exploded together. The entire space was completely filled with violent energy. Lin Xian was even stronger. He stared at the yin and yang pill after arriving, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. This pill was extremely beneficial for him to condense Tai Chi. He would never miss it. So, he didn't say a word. He also attacked aggressively. The Great Sun Sword and the Death Demonic Blade were displayed by him, sweeping in all directions. This place was completely destroyed. Those who were watching the battle were also sent flying. Some people were directly killed. Run quickly. These two top experts were fighting. If they were too close, they would definitely die. So, these people all retreated in an instant. What yin and yang pill? Saving one's life was the most important. In the air, a black figure was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. He originally wanted to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity, but now he couldn't. Every space in front of him was filled with destructive power. He couldn't stay any longer. The old man from the peacock race wanted to hold on for a while longer, but he soon spat out blood. Half of his body had been shattered. He was so scared that he screamed and retreated. He had to hurry and find his grandfather. Otherwise, the treasure would really be taken away by these two people. Brat, you've completely angered me. The Golden Rock's bloodline power was fully unleashed. Rock's fury. He spread his wings, and those feathers turned into countless wild blades, rushing over like a flood. Do you think I'm scared of you? Lin Xian wielded the law of the sun and used stellar transposition to form a golden vortex that sucked in the terrifying saber light. They were all shrouded in golden light. Then they pushed back. The two forces exploded again. The violent aura caused Lin Xian and the Golden Rock to continuously retreat. At this moment, a snow-white little marquis rushed through the turbulence. He came near the yin-yang pill, and then the small bowl on his head directly covered the yin-yang pill. Yeah, I got it. Little White cheered with the small bowl on its head. Damn it, damn monkey, go die for me. The Golden Rock was completely furious. What was going on? They couldn't withstand this place, but someone could stay. And it was a monkey. And he even stole his yin-yang pill. Leave the pill for me. He roared crazily, and the long saber in his hand turned into a giant dragon that rushed out. Little White made a funny face and jumped into the void, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he returned to Lin Xian's side. Little White didn't know if it was delicious or not. He sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and began to think about the yin-yang pill. Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, leave the thing to me. I'll find you some supreme-grade spirit fruits." "No, I want to drink monkey wine." As Little White negotiated, Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Okay. I'll give you whatever you want. Deal." Little White narrowed her eyes, then took the yin-yang pill and entered the black earth. Great. Lin Xian smiled. This thing would be a step closer to forming the real Taiji diagram. The Golden Rock opposite him was completely mad. Damn it, it's this despicable brat again. He wanted to kill him previously, and now he even stole his fortune. How could he tolerate it? Kill. With a roar, the laws were released, and heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was about to shatter. Run. Everyone frantically fled the area. They knew that the Golden Rock had completely gone crazy. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian roared, and a dragon roar came from his body. The sun sword in his hand shot out beams of golden dragon sword chi. The power of the sword chi also increased exponentially. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. The Golden Rock was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! He still couldn't do anything to the other party. In the distance, an even more terrifying aura filled the air. There were also screams. The Golden Rock knew that other places also had rare treasures. Brat, just you wait. I'll snatch the yin-yang pill one day. Your life is also mine. After saying that, he slashed out again, then turned and left. If they continued fighting, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The other party might even die together in the end. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd better seize the other fortunes first. When his cultivation increased again, he'd kill the other party as easily as flipping his hand. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. He snorted coldly and charged in another direction. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were ghostly wails and howls. There were even Fifth Heaven sages who ran out with their souls. His body was completely shattered. What's going on? What happened? The surrounding people were terrified. That was a late-stage Fifth Heaven expert. He could definitely defeat everyone with his strength. But at this moment, he was in such a sorry state. The person who escaped had a face full of terror. Dead, they were all dead. In an instant, 5 late-stage, 5th heavenly layer cultivators had died inside. It's too scary. I don't want to go in there again for the rest of my life. He trembled in fear and quickly fled the area. What? Even late-stage, 5th heaven experts died in there? What is that place? It's too scary. I'm afraid no one can go in there. They knew that there might be an earth-shattering summon inside, but they couldn't go in. There was nothing they could do. The fortune is mine. At this moment, a figure descended. His body was blooming with 5-colored light. It was the expert from the peacock race. Everyone was shocked. This person was very strong. However, some people shook their heads. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't go in unless a real minor saint came. These people shook their heads and sighed.